is up, everyone? Welcome, misfits, one and all, to tonight's episode of Skeptic and Ranting. The Lie of Ape-Man Evolution? The lie, exactly. Definitely the intent. Cooper's like, they're lying? I know. Or tonight, we are watching a video called A Special Creation, The Lie of Ape-Man Evolution, along with our commentary on top. So won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for some fun worth monkeying around for? Woohoo! That's right. What is up, everyone? I see so much love out there in the interwebs. Please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. See, Cooper agrees. And then hit that bell icon, because then you will gain access to get reminders to see our premieres or join our live streams.
Oh, like this.
Oh my. We are a skeptic channel, including the two schmucks that you see before you. However, at the end of the video, we will be opening up the floodgates, or rather the open mic, so anyone can say what's on their mind. Atheist or theist, liberal or conservative, come as you are. Just, oh my god, just I
human
do sheets the next
or
thing.
ape,
I know, humans.
even though that's the same category, right?
Honestly, visions like this or episodes like this, I can only imagine Planet of the Apes, but I mean, I know from watching those videos that the apes are smarter than the creationists that we often watch in these videos. Nonetheless, setting love. And also, a lot of this episode also has to deal with, of course, looking down on other animals. That's like, because sometimes it's just to tip your fedora hat. Sometimes you're always just like, what, are you going full PETA on us? It's like, no. It's just that animals were not poofed into existence. That's generally where we're going with that, including ourselves. But yes, this housekeeping is in fact sponsored by our Patreons at patreon.com/Amy Newman, including
cool
awesome Patreons. Oh my, yeah, something like that. It's almost like if there was a League of Justice, and then there was the Batman's Rogue Gallery. So the two different sides of that coin. But yes, I had to put on my geek hat. But yes, exactly, Gizmo. Thank you so very much. And also, thank you, us from the Atheist Roundtable and Atheist Network Group, because we are connecting atheists, all non-believers, agnostic, whatever you identify as, because we are hashtag tickets on sale now, just trying to make better conversations in the philosophical, historical, and scientific community.
They just had their 2-year stream tonight.
Exactly. Head over to hashtag Tangang. We're throwing a 2-year celebration party at youtube.com/the Atheist Network Group. And woohoo! Also sending love to in Davenport. who really brings into focus. Every once in a while, one of our items just comes into focus in an episode. And exactly what Cooper's trying to say is that, well, these creationist arguments about a watch and about intelligent design, because, you know, they don't get all really philosophical in this video. They really just crap on subspecies and our ancestors that, you know.
Yeah.
But sending love to Ian Davenport, who is amazing. We see him; he's basically heading and leading the Facebook group over there.
Thanks,
Though
Ian.
we are sending an invite to you to join the Skeptic and Ranting Facebook group, in which I've been posting more memes on there. They tend to be a little bit anti-religious, but some of them are just
spicy.
for funs, a little spicy. And so you should come on there, that's what he or she said, and post those memes. Woohoo!
Well, we saw your question. Don't worry, Sea Science.
What's wrong, Cooper? Do you want belly? He's like, I want belly rubs.
He's getting triggered by the
really
creationists.
It's true. Once you start to hear claims like the Earth is 6,000 years old, it kind of makes you go crazy. It makes Ian Davenport woo-hoo, and also a grumpy old cuss. Go Cougar for Google Puffs, and makes us just go bleep, 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 bleep. Aha.
Nah, they can see the puppy now.
That's right. He is a beautiful baby boy.
Yeah, he saw Gizmo.
And we love all of our other our fur babies and just all other animals out there. Once again, that claim is going to be triggering to a lot of young Earth creationists. Look, if you are a theist that, you know, accepts evolution, common descent, then a lot of that doesn't apply to you. We're really talking about the people that try to get their religious views into our public schools.
Ooh, yeah.
Which hashtag is coming up, spoiler alert. But yes, also sending love to Diana Smith.
Thank you, Diana.
Woohoo!
Or they just want nothing taught in schools. Like, just don't talk about origins. Just ignore it. We don't know anything about it. You weren't there.
Yeah, it goes to one of two ways. Either teach the controversy, which is a politically correct phrase for teach whatever bullshit religious view that I want, or they just don't want anything taught. Well, we just don't want. Where's what our? I don't want my religious views taught in school, and I don't want your religious views taught in school. That's really all we're going to be fair. Oh, well, ours aren't religious views. Ours are just us agreeing with the scientific fact.
Evolution's a religion.
Well, and I love that whenever they use phrases like it's a myth, it's a fairy tale, that's a religion. I'm like, ooh, something's triggering you guys, but keep on using those words.
Projection.
No, and I mean, hey, anytime I hear a creationist, a theist, or anyone who uses you are just in a religion too. Atheism is just a religion. I just have to say, thank you. Thank you for using the term religion in a negative connotation. I think with your help and ours, we too can just make the word religion have a negative connotation. So thank you, Diana Smith, 3 Princesses, and all of the non-believers out there sending love, as well as our resident archaeologist, Pat Lowinger.
Thank you, Pat.
Who reminds us that, well, in absence of evidence, is not always evidence of absence. You can see that on our episode of Talk Skeptic to Me. Which more episodes of Talk Skeptic to Me coming up with more Patreons. We want more amazing content.
More Patriot Bible College.
Supporters of the community that then can be shared with the larger community, and thus everyone wins. That is what this content is largely for. Woo-hoo! So sending love to Pat, who you can find at hashtag the lovely, fabulous, and amazing Tangang crew member, Biddy Buddha at youtube.com/Biddy Buddha _. You can find her and Pat asking some serious questions and
learn some shit.
I can't not say that phrase. I keep on not trying to say it. We're such a potty mouth. But you should learn some shit. Okay? What the hell?
We're skating the fine line to keep our videos monetized.
Well, and that's the funny thing. We are a PG-13 to R if the conversation goes there. We consider it the Deadpool rule of thumb. Which market? But we actually love everyone out there, all of our atheists and our theist brothers and sisters who are listening. We just consider ourselves the skeptic community who tends to rant. Sending love, Pat, and sending love to Dale Pasto.
Thanks, Dale.
Who we are just really looking for
another use right now
of empirical evidence.
It was 420 a couple days ago.
That's true. I had to use it for a celebration. Congratulations to everyone celebrating 420. And also sending love to Dale Pastel. So thank you so very much. If you are looking for empirical evidence, ho, ho, ho. Mary, you're not going to find any tonight. But we will find a lot of nitpicking about misunderstandings of bones. That's going to be fun. It's always funny when pastors try and put their opinions into biology. That's how you know things are going to go great.
Paleontology.
Geology, exactly. These are subjects that they should be teaching. That's right. Sending love to Guts.
Like as we've always said. Yeah.
Or a student of to become a primatologist. So sending love to her amazing videos and debates on Modern Day Debate.
Which is one's coming up next week.
That's right, baby.
Amy's going to be hosting that over there. Hopefully. You still hosting that one?
I think that is. I was that English? We don't know, but I think there's a good chance.
Hey.
And there's going to be more Debate Me Bras. We just had a fantastic Debate Me Bra with.
That was a good one.
Peter and Morton went head to head in the zone. We asked ourselves, is there good evidence for God? I feel like that is our peanut butter or our chocolate and vanilla
that's the go-to
channel. Funny enough, we don't find any, but I thought it was a good debate. We try to keep James and I try to just keep those sound bites clean and our noses out of it.
He was not the most unreasonable theist we've had on, so compared to some we've had on, he was quite the reasonable one.
And all I care about is that you let the other person speak, and then you we'll give you as much time as you want for your points. He wanted a little bit of a longer opening, and I feel like that's a fantastic thing. If you want to actually get your point across,
more evidence.
I really do want everyone who comes on here to be able to say, I gave my best arguments. It took exactly the amount of time to get my spiel out, and you're either convinced or you're not convinced. We
Give it
love
all.
the claims.
A full 15 feet.
Baby. James knows that the tantalizing titles for me are always the one that claim, oh, you just listen right here,
Absolute
right now,
proof,
and for this
undeniable,
long, and money back
guaranteed proof. Absolute proof.
Exactly, absolute proof. And that's why James and I say assalamu alaikum to every person we meet. What? No.
Amy does.
I say that to every Muslim because it is a decent saying, and that it's just basically saying peace be upon you. It's almost a secular phrase, but they like to say that it's like a third of their intro to the Shahada.
Yeah.
The Macarena.
Conversion prayer thing.
But I love everybody out there. So I just like making everybody feel comfy and welcome and saying hi. I also like saying hello, world. All those programmers out there. That's right. And all right. Sending love to Dave Gar, to Dale Pastel and Dave Gar.
Thank you,
Dave Gar, who reminds us that a lot of these texts, in most interpretations, at least in the original interpretations, seem to be flat Earth. And yet the Earth tends to be thick.
And that is a good point that Martin brought up last night, that you can show these flat Earth, most of them, as much evidence as you want, and they'll just make up excuses for it.
Sure.
And I think that is actually the mentality that we're going to be looking at today when people obstinately refuse to acknowledge the reality of evolution. And they just come up with all these ad hoc explanations and excuses and workarounds to try and make it sound like maybe all the experts really don't know what they're talking about.
That's true. It's really, once I get said, when you think about science, biology, physics, chemistry, you think rabbi, priest, pastor, and imam. Right? That's right where your head goes.
Up the name.
Of course.
Like when someone is depressed, Amy, the first thing you probably think about doing is calling Bob Larson and saying, how much money can I give you to do an exorcism on this person?
That's right. Call 1-800-BABO, I think is the official number. Donate now.
Oh. There's lots of demons they've got, but don't worry, I can exorcise each one of them for
send those emojis
for $3,000. I can exorcise all 12 of them out of there.
Oh my! Only at the commander, the girl D level. Woo! I still think that is just a fascinating thing. Not only, and I know he doesn't believe it because, clearly he is a huckster and the snake oil salesman never believes it. But could you imagine if Satan, the Satan himself, was coming around? Oh my, that's what he said.
And the
she
emojis
said,
were
and
really
you were just sending emojis in, and somehow it's like
your crosses and your
not a cross emoji. I was okay with a happy face, but oh my god, not a Bible emoji.
Oh, a flaming sword emoji. Ow, that hurts.
Right. Look, it all makes sense, James. We are talking about true science here. True science.
At the commander level.
At the commander level.
Yeah.
The GD level. So sending love, Dave Gar, and sending love to, I was telling James, or maybe I was just bringing up earlier, that every once in a while, just like Ian, an item really becomes in focus. And I really have to just say that focus, F-U-C-U-S. What does that spell? Great weekend. But he never, Not only did he will never live that down, but what I love about that conversation, I feel like we should just do a review one time in like
We should
1.5
post a
view.
review of that, yeah.
And what I want to have is just a question counter. I'm very happy that I took the time just at least to get my shots in that. Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
We're
We're almost through with this line. Then you can ask your question. Then at the very end, he kicks you.
Yes. Well, and my favorite thing about that is I basically said I have to leave in 45 minutes, and he kicked me at 45 minutes. I don't know if he did me a service or it was rude.
You could
a
just
little
said,
bit of both.
Look, I'm not going to answer any of your questions. Bye.
Yes. Well, and that is the shtick, is that if a presuppositionalist has to answer any questions, then their own worldview would fall apart, because this whole solipsistic bullshit can't be solved. How can you have logic? I really want to know. I've never had a presuppositionalist get me through a Wendy's. That's all I want. Just use your Christian logic to get me from the parking lot into the Wendy's, get me a cheeseburger, get me out of the Wendy's, and back home.
Well, come
I
with
can
me,
do
sir.
that.
I'll help you, sir.
Using logic, reason, and science, I can do all of that. I can do all of that easy. And yet, can't get the same thing back.
Even Mark Reed can do all that easily. And he's not a believer either. Hey, Mark. Good to see you, Mark.
Sending love to all of you heretics and heathens out there, and our believers, our fans out there. Sending love. Woohoo! What's up, Jen? But also sending love to Ray Jones, who we have a Skeptic Bible study, and he reminds us that the Bible is really not a big fan of interfaith couples. Ha! Stab.
Not a big fan of worshiping other gods too.
Effect.
You know, like
no, not a fan
of other thing gods. Where you're just walking down the street and some guy in an alley, you're like, "Hey, psst, come here." Like, look, what if we worship another god? Like, I know we got Yahweh, but let's go worship this other god too. They say, "Oh, now we got to kill you." I'm sorry.
I love
man.
golden idols in the forms of calves. Going back to Wendy's.
Yeah.
Reminds me of
imagine that's your
Kevin
biggest
Smith
social
film.
problem. Like your biggest social ill is people contemplating the worship of other gods.
Yeah, that obviously you need to kill people over.
They
seems smart to me. But sending love to Regos, and also sending love to the lovely and fabulous and fantastic Rachel Holland, who is reminding us that these holy books, there would never be chapters like of taking slaves from the nations around you. You know the apologetic I've heard going around lately, James? Well, it was only war. So you take slaves during war, don't you?
Everybody did it back then.
Everybody. It was the cool thing, James.
You take your prisoners. What are you going to do? Serve them? No.
Ghostbusters.
They're going to serve you, right?
Exactly.
They lost.
Well, and that's how you get people to your new god. It's like a delivery service. You either get them to convert or you kill them. Do. And the Old Testament, let me tell you, they're not really a fan of the former.
They used to even the
but yeah,
the Islamic. They used to do that. They used to when they were
all of the Abrahamic. They seem to love it.
They did convert to Islam or be killed and be slaves or be killed.
Speaking of which, Senator Cato reminds us, sending so much love, that we on this channel are really just pushing for the separation of separation of church and state. And really, you should be too, whether you are atheistic or theistic, because chances are it's not going to be your religion. And man, oh man, the religious schism holy wars are hot on the YouTube circuit. And I don't even have to point out to one example. There's like 2, 3, multiple examples of religious schisms and holy battles. James, how many atheist takedown videos have you heard in the past few weeks? Have you heard a lot?
I haven't, no.
No.
I keep hearing them on the Christian videos.
I know.
They're tearing each other apart right now. Over this
pity.
This one guy.
But we love all of our atheist and theist brothers. It's just man, it does seem nice to just get rid of all of that baggage.
You have to worry about, is it free grace? Is it just regular grace? No.
Saved, always saved.
Well, is it OSAS, free grace? We don't have to waste time with that stupid nonsense.
Which it does sound like a Harry Potter battle. Like, once you start having religion versus religion, yeah. Sending love also to the last.
Mark Reed's gonna do a takedown video on you, Amy.
Oh my. A takedown video on me will take me down hard. What are we talking about? Anyway, sending love to Mark, sending love to everybody out there. Thanks, and sending love to 2 people that I want to string. And Jenna, who I believe I actually am going to be getting a new queen. I used to have a tiara. I need to get another tiara just because she's the queen of producing content. And I think that's way better and cuter than the little camera that I had, even though I love filmography. Yes, but I do have to read this quote, which is, take the risk of thinking for yourself. Much more happiness, truth, beauty, and wisdom will come to you that way. And I really do have to think that is the message that Jenna and all of them over at Tangang, hashtag the Tangang and the Atheist Network Group, youtube.com/ I think I just switch that link up there. youtube.com/ the Atheist Network Group. Once again, that's what great producers like Jenna and Gizmo are for, because they can just edit that.
Oh, they make it look easy, don't they?
They make it look easy. And also, sending love to James Wolfe, who just recently sending the Skeptic and Ranting fun. I love the funny thing I'm also seeing is hashtag SNR, which sounds like hashtag S&M, but we don't actually cake shame anyone on this channel. So sending love. Be in the, and I think James is also an archaeologist. So we are sending so much love to our academics. And James Wolfe reminding you that we have midnight rantings, which is often what we're doing right now. As you can see, it might be or can't. It is dark outside. But we have many open mics, the Skeptic and Rantings, like you are about to hear. We're about to get into is going to be the opposing view. And so check out our Bible studies, our midnight rantings, and even tonight where we have open mics. Thank you so much, James Wolfe, and all of our Patreons, and really just supporters and viewers like you, sending so much love, as well as the people in chat and our mods who make this stream so great. In fact, if you have any thought bubbles and comments, feel free to tag James W. and myself at Amy Newman while we're doing the show. Kitty,
I don't know about that C signs. I haven't seen any evidence of that.
That's funny. One kitty wants in, one kitty wants out. Hi, baby girl. You want in? Okay.
Is that Penelope?
That's Penelope. She wants to say hi.
Oh, don't worry, Jen. We'll explain it a little bit. I'm sure Amy will put a very fine point on that.
Oh my, I like to put fine points on things. But yes. All right, before we get into the opposing view. Do.
Da da do do.
Da.
Senator says hi, Penelope.
Hi, Penelope. Yeah, I'm just going to. Because she is adorable, as are many of you out there in the interwebs, so we're sending love. But yes, before we get to the opposing view, the lie of Ape-Man Evolution, is that sold to us by the people who try and tell us about Applegate? You know, the event with talking snakes convince humans to foil a god's perfect plan. No, instead, we're talking about common ancestry, or rather, common descent, depending on which aspect we're talking about. You see, all humans on Earth share a common ancestor, an unbroken chain of genes being passed down, who in turn share a common ancestor with primates, who in turn share a common ancestor with mammals, all the way down to when we and single-celled organisms shared the same common branch, or rather the trunk of this analogy. This is where the diversity of life comes from. That's what he or she said. With each branch representing a framework for the tree of life. But you don't have to take my word for it. This is what geology, the fossil record, projects like the Human Genome Project, and all other forms of empirical evidence point towards. So while creationists quibble about the missing link, scientists know that every generation is part, once again, of an unbroken chain, which give rise to a totally new set of DNA. Each and every time that we have a baby. Oh, and creationists, or as their PR term is being called, proponents of intelligent design. Oh, very sophisticated. Should spend less time attacking the backbone of modern biology if evolution and common descent triggers them more so much. Well, I have a suggestion. More time getting themselves in the lab for their own papers to present. Because when I hear the lie of Ape-Man Evolution, the irony that drips is from their holy books that these prophets of profit want to push forward. Instead of admitting that we come from other animals, keyword, and gasp, even sharing ancestry with a single-celled life forms that have amoeba-like movement.
You think you came from an amoeba
How dare you?
or a mosquito? What about a strawberry?
Yeah, all of them. And I always love when they bring up fruit, and not just because of most of my sexual partners, but because, well, you're talking about an organ, or strawberry, a pineapple. That is how they reproduce. But yes, we do share common ancestry with the pineapple tree, the strawberry bush. Yes, absolutely, 100%. Is that so embarrassing? They're doing fine. They don't care about consciousness, the holy grail of pretend creationists, because they don't really care about consciousness at all. But nonetheless, the truth can be scary, but it's far more beautiful than the lies that these theologians want to push. Thank you. And all right.
Yeah, what about bananas, Amy?
I know, it's driving me bananas. I'm having a comfortable good time. Me and Ray are trying to figure out where that banana goes.
Fist
But
from our famous Bible study.
but James W., what do you think? We're monkeying around tonight, and
We are
we're
monkeying
asking
around.
ourselves the lie of Ape-Man Evolution?
Yeah, I think it's just sea science. It's always so entertaining when he comes in and he talks about our fantasy, but actually we're the ones. He's the one engaging in fantasy, but he knows that, and but we love him anyway. But yeah, you have to ask yourself why do these creatures why is evolution such a sticking point? Because as we know, there are millions of Christians, millions of theists of all religions who are fine with, they accept evolution. They've integrated that into their theology. So why is it this hill to die on? And I've come to the realization that, well, while a God is not incompatible with evolution, if there was no evolution, well, that would mean there would have to be a God, right? Because it would have to require special creation. Special creation requires a creator. And so far, they have been able to produce almost no evidence of any quality for their God.
Zilch.
The only thing they can do is point to life and say, well, you can't explain it, so therefore it must have been created, because they have absolutely no evidence for their God. Their theology is a house of cards just waiting to be blown down, and half of it really doesn't even make sense, but it tells them something they really like. They get to live forever, so whatever they have to swallow along with that, they're more than welcome. They're more than willing to sit at that trough and drink up whatever else happens to be floating around in that rancid pool of philosophical dribble that they subscribe to. But we're here to help. We're here to help, and science is here to help. And it's it's only been about in the past maybe 200 years that we've actually been able to look at the natural world free from the shackles of religion, where you could actually question, hey, looking at geology, do we see evidence of Noah's flood? Do we see evidence of this? And they thought for the longest time when they actually looked in the rocks, they'd find evidence of that. They looked. They didn't find evidence of that. Instead, they found evidence of billions of years worth of sedimentary deposits laid down on top of each other, not what you would see in a global flood. We found lots of animals that not only are not alive today, that no human had ever seen before. How did that make sense? 6,000 years, would we have seen all these? Why would there be entire classes of animals that no human had ever come in contact with? They're not described anywhere. You can read through the Bible and you'll get detailed descriptions of lots of animals. You will not find detailed descriptions of dinosaurs. Very unusual, which is why initially when they started finding dinosaur bones, one possible explanation was that the devil put the bones in the dirt to test your faith. But aside from people who subscribe to silly notions like that, we had to integrate this into our world, and it really just absolutely blew this idea of a 6,000-year-old creation out of the water. And people realized that species change over time, but it was Darwin who described the mechanism of natural selection, how species change by their environment. Not that the environment is tailored to the species, but the species is tailored to the environment in an incredibly slow, imprecise process that takes billions of years, but it does result in animals that look like they were designed for their environment. But they were, in a way, but not directly, not the way that theism would have us believe. Let's hear from the other side. Let's hear what this is. A Baptist pastor. I don't think we've taken a swing at him yet, but I've watched his content for quite a long time. I actually used to watch some of his content when I was a Christian. So let's get right into it. Dinosaurs in the Book of Job? I don't think they're real dinosaurs. Yeah. I think we lost Amy, so I'm just gonna ad-lib until she gets back. And don't know if you guys know, but yeah, unicorn fossils. Funny, we never found those, and trust me, they would know. These people were very smart, but they couldn't differentiate between a universe or a rhinoceros and a unicorn. I don't know. You really get these bizarre workarounds when you take this Bible and you try to pretend that it's true and that it's all comports with reality. You really get these and they have no choice. They have no choice because they start by assuming it's true. And so when you do that, whatever crazy workaround you have to get, whatever logical mental gymnastics you need to do that, it must be the truth because you've already began with that conclusion, right? That it's absolutely true. So, hey, whatever kind of crazy thing you can work around with hey, you know what? God just made it so that incest would be okay, that it wouldn't cause birth defects for a while, and then he just stopped that. So, now we couldn't do that, but it was okay back then. Because it must have been, right? Because you've already assumed that it's absolute truth. Hey, the flood, the heat problem, don't worry about the heat problem. It doesn't matter. God magically made the heat go away. When you invoke magic, you can do anything you want. Nothing is off limits. And that's really the difference between religion and science, is that religion can invoke magic at any time. Anytime they don't have an explanation or something doesn't make sense, they can just invoke magic or invoke that God is bigger and greater and smarter than us. So we don't know. Um, we don't have that luxury. Science doesn't have that luxury. We actually have to say sometimes we don't know. We can't just say it's magic or that we'll figure it out when we get to heaven. Sometimes we just don't know. And there are unanswered questions in life science, there are unanswered questions in physics, there are unanswered questions throughout science that scientists are actually working right now all around the world to try to solve. And I think it's actually amazing it's that we don't have all the answers, that we'll probably never have every question you could ever ask answered. There's always going to be something more to learn. There's always going to be a new frontier or something else to explore. And that's an amazing part about reality if you think about it, because the idea of religion, the idea that Christianity proposes is that when you get to heaven, you'll know everything. You could just sit there and praise God forever. What an empty, vapid, useless, meaningless existence. But I get it. I get it. God will make it so that you love every minute of it. You'll be as happy. There's nothing else you would rather be doing. But at least from this end, it seems to be a very, very useless, vapid existence. But be that as it may, Amy's, it is difficult to grift off reality, and we oftentimes have to be in the position of kind of having to be the adults, having to come and tell people things that they don't want to hear or that seem very anticlimactic. We have to come and tell people that, like they'll say, well, if atheism is true, then there is no grand purpose to life. Okay, and well, what do you mean? Well, life can be, if you can have purpose in your life, it can be what you make of it. But no, there's no God up there standing on a hill dictating a top-down purpose to your life. We don't have that. And I think a lot of people, they kind of like that because it's just very easy. It's spoon-fed to them by their deity, but we don't get that. We have to actually find meaning for ourselves. And I think they think that's bad because that's living for yourself. That's hedonism. But I think most atheists, I think most people, they like community. They like other people. Well, yeah, breaking it to them softly. I mean, and a lot of people see science. I'll tell you, when you go through and when you have people, we all deal with people that we lose. We all have lost loved ones, friends, and family in our life. And I think most religious people, I know I did when I was religious, when I was a Christian, you find comfort in the idea that they're in heaven and that you'll be one day reunited with them and everything will be happy. All the problems will be over and everything will be good. And when you short circuit the grieving process by telling yourself they're not really, really gone, they're just somewhere else. Amy's back now. Then having to realize that that's actually not true, that they are gone and that they only live on in the memories that you have and the memories that other people have. That can be a very unsettling, sobering thing to have to come to terms with. It's not easy. A lot of people can't do it. But it is the chore, the task that we have to try to tell people things that they might not want to hear, that might not make them feel good and warm and fuzzy about reality. That's it. We're merchants of reality. We are just telling you about reality. Learn some shit. Welcome back, Amy.
That's right.
Blue screen?
It just the internet went down, or
Oh.
as I like to say, we got summoned by Satan,
Ah.
Satin, who is 50% softer, to sell timeshares in hell right next to the lake of the damned. Thank you so very
Good
much.
thing I have Gizmo in my earpiece telling me what to say here.
Thank you. Da-da-da, da-da-da. That's right,
So
Gizmo.
I have a debate coming up with Ken Hovind again
Woo-hoo.
on May 20th, a little under a month
Mm.
from now. And I know Amy has supposed to have one set up. I don't know if you've got a date on that yet in June.
That's right. Very excited. I don't have a date, but coming soon. That's what he or she said. We are going to have more debates with the 15-foot long Hovind. And people sometimes ask, why do we debate people like Hovind? And I will give what the answer that I think Atheist Jr. did very eloquently, which is that it's not that people like seeing Kent, it's that people like seeing Kent and his young earth creationist views, or even his specific brand, because he's kind of a fringe even in young earth,
A
get
cult-like
taken
figure.
out. I know, a fringe of we think 6,000 years old is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, but we're sent in love, and then they take it even a step further. So thank you so very much, Hovind. But yes,
I'm not under the illusion that Ken Hovind is reachable. I don't think he's. I don't think Ken Hovind is dumb. I don't think that he's incapable of understanding evolution. I don't think he wants to
I don't think
understand
he
it.
wants to. Yes, exactly.
He doesn't want to
Because
understand it. He doesn't want to get it.
it would be in upturning of everything that he sells, because he's not just a theist, he's not just a creationist, he is an anti-evolution creationist. Right. And so, I mean, if your pizza store is selling anti-evolution, then man, you can't start selling evolution. It'd be like selling meat in the the vegan store.
Because if he had to get on his show and say, you know what, I was wrong all this time. Evolution's true, guys. It's true. What would they need to listen to him for anymore? If you want to know about biology, you could just go read a biology book or ask a biologist. You don't need to go to Ken Hovind anymore, because actually the science is right. Go figure. They do know what they're talking about all this time, and they knew what they were talking about.
But yes, let us get to the opposing view.
Thanks, Wilson.
Woohoo! I think that if we do an open mic, it'll be 20 or 30 minutes, but we'll still have an after show in which everyone can say their views. But yes, that's right. Sending so much love to Senator Cato, woo-hoo, who's sending a super sticker that is very close to this tardigrade, which I love tardigrades. They are amazing. They are little water bears, and it's being lifted up. And so sending.
You think you're related to a tardigrade?
A tardigrade? How dare you? A single-celled, or maybe bureaucratic, but how dare you be related to an organism that isn't exactly like you? The fact that they actually get offended by apes, I find offensive, because other apes just look like us. I don't understand it. Like, I get it, like the hair thing, but besides that, they really do look like us.
Well, no. It's just God decided, he made humans in his image, and he decided to make things that are like 98% similar, just a little different. Like, I'm going to make humans, but I think I'm going to make, things that look sort of like them, but not quite.
Sort of, kind of.
Be a little more animalistic, but sort of like humans.
but also sending love to I'm Sorry Wilson, $2.
Sorry, Wilson.
Woo! Says, bet no one will debate Dr. Hovind on domestic violence. I always like to say, look, I always like to say that Dr. Hovind is a science teacher. He has been teaching for 15 years. He's about to conduct one final gravity experiment that maybe, or should I say, he has conducted them, and his latest ones are going to be peer-reviewed by his peers, a jury of his peers, possibly. But we love it.
I think he was supposed to have a court date.
Really?
Soon, yeah, for his appeal. But,
once again, there is just so many fantastic creationist, theistic theologians out there that we just can't highlight enough. But no, atheist takedown videos, they're coming. Sending so much
Marco, get right on that, Amy.
That's right.
Mark's gonna take you down hard.
Right on that. Oh my, are we gonna wrestle? But let us get into it, because we had a short open housekeeping, as Sam Harris would say. Have a housekeeping? I stand by it. A lot, as long as you're counting by Amy time. It is very short.
We are on Amy time.
We are about to get into the fun.
Billy Crone time. Pastor Billy.
Oh my. In fact, we are watching a video called A Special Creation. And that's how you know it's not special pleading. The Lie of Ape-Man Evolution, along with our commentary on top. Though, during the show, feel free to tag James W. or myself in chat at Amy Newman with your thoughts, comments, and one-liners. When we are done, we'll try to get to an open mic, at least have the after show
a few minutes.
Link in the Discord description. But let's get to it. The Lie of Ape-Man Evolution.
Try to run it on 1.25.
Some might even say a special creation. See, what I worry about that is some people it irritates some people.
Some people don't like it. Yeah, that's true.
We'll go through it, and then I think, like I said, the midnight rantings tend to be bigger open mics, and so we knew this was a longer video. We're gonna. Oh. I just have to say, I learned this the first time. There's like a copyright on the music, so I'm just going to play this for a little bit while we do the intro.
Pastor Billy's intro music.
But I'm going to, yes. From
Sunrise Baptist Church.
Pastor Billy Crone. Who is the opposing view tonight. And just like Hovind, he thinks that he's an amateur comedian.
Maybe.
Not sending any hate towards amateur comedians. Just that maybe throw off the frock or whatever fancy clothing that you need to wear for your personal relationship with your daddy figure in the sky. What is up, Randolph Richardson? Sending so much love. We are just getting into it.
And we're just doing one video tonight. We're not doing the whole 6-hour video.
Exactly. Yeah, no, we're just doing 1 out of 6, but that means to be continued, ladies and gentlemen.
He might earn himself a follow-up video.
There is spice in this, and I will say the spice is real, and he who controls the spice controls the universe.
All right, Gizmo heard that, so.
What's funny is my eyes just instantly went to "you came," but yes, it says "you are nothing. You came from nothing." You dirty, dirty boy, you have no future. They're basically saying this is what science says. Just
you
go
have
straight
a future. Nihilism. It's not eternal, which sucks, but it is what it is.
Is what it is. Yes. Or are you a And I love this
Here we go into
because
fantasy land.
I basically disagree with every premise that it brings. Are you I can just hear Peter's dings in the background.
Special
A special
creation.
creation created
Poof.
from a, what are we created from?
No, for a
For a special purpose
to
by
worship
a
God.
special God. Once
That's
again,
the purpose, to worship God, to tell God how great He is. That's the real purpose of all this.
Yeah, so you can get on your knees, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But this also isn't special pleading. You could tell because of this right here.
The term special.
Yes, you could tell by the special creation, the special purpose, and the special God.
He's been in touch with Otangelo, I bet.
Which I love that answer.
It's not a special pleading.
No. It's not special pleading at all. It's just a special God. Oh, okay.
Or Darth says it's a category error because you're applying something to the God category. Yeah, that's Darth's way of getting around.
Category error.
Category error. Because God is in a separate category, so.
The Lie of Ape-Man Evolution. Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, Billy.
And old Billy Crone. And with that, the Lie of Ape-Man Evolution.
Maybe they'll play an ad for
begins.
Crohn's disease medication.
Amen. All right, check this out. How many guys like the 20 questions, those kind of games?
Oh, right? We do.
See
just like everyone likes
what
lists.
event this is.
That guy does.
Until the 1990s, no trial in American history attracted more attention than this one. Okay? It was... Hey, listen, I got to at least finish it before you guess, all right? It was held in 1925 in Dayton, Tennessee.
Stop shouting
and it accused a teacher of violating a state law that banned the teaching on evolution back in that day. And although the teacher had not taught biology, and he couldn't even remember for sure if he'd even discussed evolution as he was substituting for the regular teacher, so he was just a substitute, he agreed to, quote, be arrested. So it was a setup. And go to the trial anyway.
It's called a test case.
Well, for the contest, the ACLU brought in several big city attorneys, including the famed criminal lawyer, the atheist Clarence Darrow from Chicago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your religion, by the way, shouldn't be in public schools. So and we never took prayer out of school. You can pray, your children can pray, everybody can pray. Mazel tov. You just can't have teachers leading in prayer, or
exactly. Well, even if you allow students to lead in prayer, then but no one can stop.
It's never going to be your religion. It's never going to be your version.
And he's going to talk about. He mentioned the atheist Clarence Darrow as the defense attorney. The prosecutor in the case was a guy named William Jennings Bryan, who ran for president and lost, I think, 5 times. Maybe 4 to 5 times he ran for president and lost. He was
6 times charm.
He was a very religious man, William Jennings Bryan, politician in the early 1900s.
Mm-hmm.
And to assist in the prosecution, the World's Christian Fundamentalist Association secured the services of William Jennings Bryan from Nebraska. He actually was a 3 times candidate for the president of the U.S.
3 times.
A Christian. Okay. And it was until this trial that most of our schools here in America taught divine creation. Students learned back in those days, believe it or not, they studied the facts of science and were told that the evidence indicates there is a creator.
I like this, how he's basically like, in the past, they taught religion in school. Yeah, we know.
Design the universe and the plants and the animals. That's how it used to be here. But that was the change. Okay? The trial lasted 8 days, and as expected, it ended up in a conviction for the young teacher whose own attorneys admitted his own guilt. So they lost. Okay, but here's the whole point. In this famous trial, the atheist lawyer, Clarence Darrow, made this statement. Listen to this.
Atheist.
He said, here was his whole attack, if you will. They had no substance. They lost the case anyway, whatever. Here was his whole thing that he kept bringing up. He said, quote, it is bigotry. It is bigotry to teach only one view of origin. He said, quote, students should be taught both creation and evolution.
No. No, they should not. There is no controversy. There could have been a controversy hundreds of years ago.
Even this one was about 100 years ago, but him going over this thing like, oh, he was found guilty, he lost the case. Yeah, sometimes that's what people do to make a point, to make a political statement. Like Rosa Parks was convicted. She was fined because she did not give up her seat on the bus. Everybody knew that she was violating the law. The point that she was doing it is to say that the law was unjust, that it's wrong. And through her act of civil disobedience, breaking the law that was unjust, and the attention that garnered, and the outpouring that caused, it was a effective political statement, just as the Scopes trial was an effective political statement for freedom of thought, freedom of expression, for getting religion out of schools. Because I think it shocked the conscience of a lot of people that, what do you mean you can't teach science in school because it contradicts with religion?
To bounce off of that, maybe my chaotic good coming out, but sometimes what is legal and what is right, not always the same. Slavery, as you can read in the Bible, was really illegal. And so just like James was saying, you need to have abolitionists that fight it, and then through the Jim Crow era and then onward, as they tried to fight for people's and fight against people's civil rights, you needed to have people that fight that had to fight the legal system to overturn that.
Right. And even though they might lose that case, the attention that's going to garner, and the political statement that makes is very, very effective. And like a lot of people might not have realized, like, what? You could be arrested and charged with a crime for not giving up your seat to somebody of a different race than you? I mean, how terrible is that? You can't.
They didn't want to share the same water. How ridiculous.
Other ridiculous forms of segregation like that were legal in many states at the time.
It's not a
and similarly to this, the muzzling of teachers in the classroom. Like, you can't say something that contradicts with a holy book that was written thousands of years ago because it might make the Christians mad. How ridiculous is that?
The Judeo-Christians. They love that.
It might make the Judeo-Christian
offenses
people upset. So we just have to pretend we don't know what we know because we don't want to upset them.
You don't want to upset their family values of drowning evil babies. It'd be terrible.
Absolutely.
In schools. And so in 35 years following that trial, the theory of evolution was not only taught more and more, but it was beginning to be presented as if it were a proven fact, and it's not. Until today, listen, we actually have this trial in complete reverse. Evolution now is the only theory that is taught in school.
As it should be, too.
Yeah. You mean science, biology. Which class do they learn it in?
And this is the thing. Ken Hoven's always like, oh, in an honest court of law, they're like, none of this evidence. Well, Ken, we actually brought the intelligent design people were actually able to bring their evidence to an honest court of law and present their case in a court of law. And you know what the court of law said? It's not science. It's not science. Doesn't work. It's
science religion.
It's religious hokey pokey.
We'll even say fundamentalist authoritarian religion so that we can paint with as small a brush as possible.
Right.
Speaking of which,
evolution, it's fine for them.
Okay. Hypocrisy. Okay. And once again, for those of you who please act like
Norm
you didn't guess it.
in the back of my head. Oh, the hypocrisy. That's what I hate the worst. You know what I hate most about the murder? The hypocrisy. Oh, do you? You know what I hate most about it? The murder.
first 19 nanoseconds when it started.
Norm.
That would be what trial? Scopes monkey trial, okay? So most of you, it sounds like, has heard of that trial, okay? But here's my point. What most of us don't realize about that trial is that
I'm
even
sorry,
though those guys
Hovind.
lost the course,
He should
okay,
debate you.
after that trial, it seemed to start to change the direction of the course of our nation. Certainly in our education system,
Yeah.
and then as we're going to see in a little bit, it did have an effect on the course of our nation. Okay?
watershed
They
moment.
lost the case, but at that point, it seemed to be a watershed moment. Evolutionary teachings kind of made a foothold and started to gain some momentum in our country. Okay, over the next 35 years from that
We became
trial,
less
the
religious.
theory of evolution began to be taught more and more up until about the 1960s. And at that point, we had prayer
What's up,
taken out of our
Wesley?
schools. Yes, used to be a part of our education. Some of you guys remember that.
Sending
Used
so
to have,
much
they
love.
took out Bible study in schools. Yes, that used to be a part. As we saw before in other studies, that's how we used to learn the alphabet for over 200 years of our country's education. For instance, like this, kids would learn the alphabet. A, in Adam's fall, we sinned all. And go right down the list.
What argument is this? So they learned religious. I'm trying to remember what the exact word is. Analogies, mechanisms, rhymes, yeah.
Axioms.
Mnemonic devices. Thank you.
Yeah.
They learned universe. They used mnemonic devices that were religious. That's your argument. Therefore,
I mean, do people not know the alphabet, Amy? I assume you were not taught the alphabet in this way,
again,
and you still are able to recite the alphabet. You
I
can
can
read and
still
write.
recite most of the English alphabet and a third of the Hebrew alphabet. Thank you, parents. Olive, bet, olive, bet, Caleb, blah, hey.
And would you know, like, well, they like to blame taking prayer out of schools for all these things, but wouldn't you know it? The states that are the most religious tend to have the most social problems.
Oh,
with teen pregnancy and abortion and other
well,
things
that's
like
the other
that.
thing. Speaking of the hypocrisy, the most religious tend to be the most unscientific, and basically by every metric that the quote unquote religious social conservative hates is basically they're in every one of those metrics. They're
near the top.
Always, yes. Sending love to them. I just it's about facts tonight. Don't want to use those foofies that they.
If what you're pushing is not getting you to where you want to go, it's not getting you to the promised land, as they say, the land of milk and honey.
That's right. It's always amazing how they try to make themselves the victim. It just reminds me of someone basically hitting you and saying, "Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself?"
What do you mean? They took Bible study out of schools. Are you not able to find a Bible study? It has to be in the public school.
James,
I mean,
can I tell you, if there's one thing that you have a problem finding in America, it's a church.
Right.
The
churches are so few and far between. We have to have it at the public schools, because where else are you going to find people to study the Bible with?
Besides the diversity of food, I can't think of anything else that rivals it besides religious denominations that one could pick. You could be the joke that I think Matt Dillhoney always makes is you could be Catholic or you could be First Baptist, or hey, if you're not even First Baptist, you could go down the street and become the Second Baptist Church. It's like, wow.
You can drive down any main road in America for 5 minutes. You'll pass by 15 different churches. You probably don't agree with all of their ideologies on anything, but you can find the church that agrees with you the most. And then you can go and tell them why they're wrong about everything else.
Exactly. Then you can figure out why they're wrong about the conclusion that you started out with. And then went out and tried to find science. And mostly it's just quote mining scientists who disagree with you. And
it's victimhood that we needed in our institutions in our state-sponsored institutions.
James, did you know they don't even let you say Christmas anymore? Completely take it away. You can't even say it. On air,
Well, I mean-
off air.
I mean, I know when you're going out around the holiday time, Amy, and someone says Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, or to you, you probably get pissed off and like, what the hell? And start, yelling and cursing at them because they have deeply offended your soul. Or you probably just say Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holiday, whatever back.
I say whatever they said back. So if someone says Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Someone says Happy Holidays, I say Happy Holidays. You know why? Because I am not an a-hole. Anyway, just speaking
We
of...
secularized them anyway. We took it over.
The funny
it
thing
better.
is that Christmas is such a pagan holiday, or it has become. There's two options. You take you try and go the let's put the Christ in Christmas route, in which you take any fun semblance of fun out of the holiday at all, or you celebrate every paganized ritual in Christmas, in which case I'll celebrate with you. I'll make Christmas cookies to eat under the tree, because it says right here in the Bible that you should not be decorating a tree. You should not be cutting down a tree, decorating it, and putting it in your home. So if you want to do that, I will celebrate that with you.
Under the mistletoe with Darth Dawkins.
Exactly. We won't even have to cut a goat and smear blood over our shingles so that our firstborn children don't have to die.
And then John Higby can slide his self down your chimney and bring presents.
I just get excited when you say the word slide.
And bring presents of those $150 packages about how to build wealth. Here you go.
It's true. It's true. I need my sports hat. Also, I was seeing a comment earlier. I've been trying. It's hard to figure out our emojis. We almost have them done. But I've been thinking about one lately, which would just be a book said a thing. It would just have a book behind it, and it would just have those words. And, it could be any book, but... Oh, religious holy text. We kid mostly. We're being serious. We're really being serious. But...
I got packages for you. What can I say?
Oh, my.
With biblical verses, okay? So, but in the 60s, they took out prayer, they took out Bible reading in their school, and evolution was put in. Now, the problem with this is, folks, it's not just a theory. It is absolutely disastrous. The effects of taking the Bible and prayer out of our school system has had horrible results for our
horrible results.
And I just want to say, if you think that we're tipping our fedora hats, if you think that we go, oh, you atheist, you secularist, don't think they're trying to get it into the classroom. Well, here you go.
He's saying we took it out and it's been a disaster. Everything is going to hell, basically.
Not even a dog whistle. Just saying it out loud.
Would we all be better off if we had the Bible and prayer back in school?
Yeah, there's no other theory to teach. If they would like to present their hypothesis that could then become a theory, they're free to. But until that time, we're going to continue teaching science. I always love when they attack the word theory, because generally I like to go, oh, so you don't believe in the theory of gravity or the germ theory of disease?
The thing is, they can't compete with the theory of evolution. They have nothing to offer. They have magic.
If you believe in magic.
That's all they have to offer.
Like flat earthers, they don't have a model. That could be another hashtag.
Yeah.
Country, okay, and putting evolution in. And what I'm going to share with you is the actual U.S. Census Bureau behavioral statistics, specifically from 1963 on. And you tell me if the introduction of evolution and the removal of God from our school has had a good effect on our country. I don't think so. Let's take a look. Back in the 1950s, the average textbook only had 2,000 to 3,000 words about evolution. But in 1963, it jumped up to 33,000 words. It started
It's still not enough.
and it's gone nuts ever since. Now, it just so happened that in 1963 is also when prayer and Bible reading was taken out of the American school system. And so let's take a look at what effect this has had on our country.
We took prayer out of school. We stopped pushing our beliefs on others. Oh, so sad. Oh, James, would you like to help me in playing the tiniest violin?
Maybe we should just have schools indoctrinate kids on religion again. Great. I mean, you gotta think, like, schools, should they be about, aren't they always saying, like, should they about teaching reading and writing and math? But you know.
But James, we have a book to solve all that, all your problems, right here.
You want to talk about gender, Amy? I think your book has. Oh, look! In the beginning, God made Adam and Eve. Well, there you go. That's it.
That's right. And look, how could you possibly believe any of us when you don't accept biology, James? Oh, you mean evolution? Yeah.
Well, no, not that biology.
Randolph Richardson says the Holy Bible has 783,137 words. And he's complaining about books on evolutionary science being 33,000 words. Yeah, what a hypocrite.
And the words in the science book can be verified. The words in the Bible, most of them cannot be verified. Many of them can be proven outright false.
Purely by chance? I don't think so.
But keep on sending in your comments, questions, and one-liners to James W. and myself at Amy Newman.
1963, sexually transmitted diseases among teenagers and young adults have increased 400%. These are the actual charts. Anybody notice a serious increase? It's gone skyrocketed. Cases of premarital sex among teenagers have absolutely skyrocketed as well. Unwed pregnancies among young girls are up 553%.
I have to look into. I look into a lot, especially with the fossils that he's about to present. But any of these types of things, if true, the actual answers to them would be better communication and science.
And correlation does not equal causation.
Yes, that's the other thing.
Because there's no, how is teaching science, what does that have to do with teenagers having sex?
It's basically like, since we're not living in a Puritan society anymore, did you know that people are having sex? Probably, and we need to deal with those issues, if true, once again, because these graphs look, almost all of the information that they present tonight is over 100 years old. But hey, we're having fun.
Unmarried couples living together up 725.
The young, just like Hovind, some of the youngest information that they use is from the 80s.
8%. Okay,
which
and it's even
who cares?
Divorce rose to
divorce rates,
11%.
And look at this. The thing with this is that these Christians, they had a monopoly on this for so long. Like marriage, divorce, all that was controlled by them. They, you turn back to a time where most Americans went to church every week, and if things were so great, why did they lose control of society? Why did people voluntarily stop going along with what their religion teaches on these topics?
Exactly. And this pisses me off. Like, it's hard to see, but at the bottom, it's counting from the 50s into the 80s. It stops at 1990. So I hate to criticize old academic resources, because sometimes, especially in historical things, you should be quoting them, but you should not be quoting them now. You should be quoting recent 5 years is what most academic institutions want you to use as references.
Parent households are quickly becoming the norm, and SAT scores have absolutely plummeted.
50s to the 90s.
We are being dumbed down.
Brand new
educational
evidence.
System,
That's what I like
alcohol
about
and
creationists.
drug abuse have gone absolutely ballistic, as we all know. And listen to this: violent crime since the introduction of that has gone up.
I would also like to present. Let's just playing with statistics. Please check out Steven Pinker's Better Angels of Our Nature, in which by almost every metric that societies want is going in the right direction. Every metric of well-being is going.
Every metric of rational well-being. A lot of the things they're looking at are not. It doesn't mean there's no problems or that there's nothing that can get better, but is the answer looking to Bronze Age texts and pretending that they're true just because you think there's going to be some utility in that?
And Randolph Richardson says unwanted pregnancies among girls went up 553%. He says, I'd like to know what he thinks the increase is for young boys.
Any problems with that for you, Amy? Any unwanted pregnancies on your end?
I keep on trying.
Well,
I forget whose joke that is. Sending love and credit to whoever. But keep on trying, baby. Keep on trying.
995% since you took God out of the school and you put evolution in. Okay? I mean, if you want to think if it was true and you got to deal with the facts, but it's not, as we've been seeing. It's a lie.
Trying
We're
to
going to get to that again tonight.
So
why
true.
would that happen? Why would it have such a drastic result on people's behavior when you take God out of the equation?
Why would teaching science and giving people more information make people less religious? And
you put evolution in. Well, it's simple as we saw before. If you tell kids they came from an ape, why are you surprised when they act like an ape?
Like, dude.
He takes like the grungiest looking teenagers that you can find, and like, this is what everybody looks like nowadays.
That's what I like.
Come on, Billy.
About stereotypes. I once did 2 truths and a lie in a improv group, and my lie was that I have been in theater class ever since I was young. And I think it was easy. Most people were like, oh, no, that makes complete sense. In fact, the one that everyone was surprised by was, yes, I hate to say this. And I know, I really don't care how many subscribers I lose for this. I like Nickelback. All right, that's fine.
Yeah, we've gone over that before.
Look, not all their songs, not all of them. I'm not saying all of them are amazing.
You look at her Spotify list, half of
but no, that is what happens. And I imagine that is what is going on right now. What does the slide say? Well, gee,
the Nickelback phase.
Yes, exactly.
It reminds me of, like, remember the Bob Larson, like, when the Satanist came in to see him, and he was just making all these assumptions about him, the kind of grungy looking.
That is one of my personal favorite episodes, just because when you showed that to me, just how angry I got. Please, I'm trying to remember the exact episode title, but
Assumptions, I think.
Was it Assumptions? That sounds about right. Where basically a bunch of Satanists,
3 of them,
dressed very similarly to what you see on screen, visit Bob Larson, and he does his best to, at the beginning, strawman their arguments, but they compliment him so hard. They compliment him into the ground.
They just didn't respond.
he gets the vapors, and the second half of the video is him basically being, well, in between all the subtle digs he makes for the stereotypical arguments, is him trying to say, man, wish I get my PR team to sell me like the Satanists over here. But yeah, no, that's great. Well, gee, if you tell the kids they came from an ape, no. You are an ape. Why are we surprised when they act like apes? And I assume because listening to rock
through a grungy, rebellious phase in their childhood.
Exactly. What happens
99% of people grow out of it, even if they don't. So what? Let people live their life. Who cares?
Did you know the transition is that you learn about evolution and then you dye your hair blue? That is generally, I'm fairly sure, what happens.
I mean, like all the evolutionary biologists, they're all metalheads.
And I'm sending love. I saw that C Science wants to send links in the chat. We want to send links. Send them to me, and I will send them up there. And you can also come join later. And also Beamsy.
I don't know.
Oh, look at all the countries down on crime. Exactly. It generally speaking, and they tend to be non-religious countries, crime tends to be going down. Funny about that. And man, I love the United States. Love our country. Very happy and proud that we have the first secular constitution under some metrics in the world. And yet, we have not a good jail system. I'm trying to think what to say. Crime reform system, whatever you want to call it. So
there's a lot of problems.
And we're very religious in that aspect. So if you're looking at those two, but yeah, let's.
If you tell people there is no God, why are you surprised when they act ungodly? If you tell kids there is no reason, there is no value, there is no purpose to life.
James, don't you go around just murdering everybody, right? I imagine.
Why are we shocked when they're so flippant?
Why not?
To take a life. Over a pair of shoes, I'll shoot you in the head. What you believe determines how you behave. And if you take God out of the
equation,
is it much worse than
I'm sorry, what? I feel like.
What about if you were to kill somebody for picking up sticks on the wrong day? I mean,
I want to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that, and I hope that wasn't a dog whistle. Nonetheless, I'm sorry. Killed 2 people with guns over shoes. Is that what you think? What about the people that steal after a hurricane has destroyed everything and are just trying to get a loaf of bread?
To our country, and has been, and how many decades now have we been that lie being pushed upon us? And how long has the behavior in our country gone down?
How long has science been taught? Decades.
And that's why we're going to continue our study.
As long as your quote mining references are.
Get the witness of God's creation, okay? And again, the premise is what we're doing is we're taking a look at different evidences.
Man. Yo, sometimes I give shout outs for visual effects on some of these channels. I am
the 90s are.
I know, the 90s PowerPoint. Bill Gates being in control of Microsoft called.
That God's left behind for us in his creation to show us he's not just real, but the good news is we can really.
That picture. I can't help
that picture of God.
God's left behind for us his creation.
Now, does that kind of look like Mary Baxter's Jesus, like the 6'4" jacked, ripped?
That is not only her Jesus, that is her OkCupid profile, what she's looking for. I'm fairly sure. Blue-eyed. Jesus was blue-eyed. That's what you're telling. I'm fairly sure that the people with blue eyes had religion brought to them and that they actually had a different religion depending. Yes, a Jesus, if he did exist, may have visited London, but the actual because it was part of, I believe, the conquered Roman Empire at one point or another. Nonetheless,
I don't think it
didn't
still has
convert
time.
to Christianity until way later. But they kind of smushed time all together. And Paul himself, when you found a religion on a dude that you had a vision of 50 years after he died, time. Yeah. Who cares about it, right?
Hi, Jesus. Oh, look, he's got a tear there. Oh, he's
Sad
crying.
Jesus.
Poor
He's
Jesus.
thinking about the whales.
To show us
He
he's
could
not just
we
real.
could fix it all, but I mean,
We can really have a personal relationship with him through Jesus Christ. Anybody excited about that?
I'm totally
Yeah,
excited.
just a little bit, okay?
Yeah.
And we've already seen that first evidence he's left behind.
they sound so pumped up, don't they? They sound like they're like his audience. Sometimes they sound like they're like in their 80s, getting pumped up for a fun, rousing game of shuffleboard.
Exactly.
I mean,
and
kind of
sometimes
response
this
was
crowd
that?
work works, and sometimes it just falls flat.
Are we excited about that? Yes. Ooh.
Showing us this amazing truth was the evidence of an intelligent creation. We dealt with 10 weeks of the evidence of intelligent design. Now,
Is that what God looks like? It's a hand holding an orb.
Maybe you're getting a model now. Maybe you're getting a model now.
I will say that is always the funnest. Is that a accurate English? When I'm speaking with Gizmo and he has to pick out stock photos for God when we pick out these subjects. I always like representations of what humans create. So clearly it's hands holding, I assume, a sun.
The sun, yeah. Because, well, I mean, in the Bible it says God made the stars, so I guess this is how he did it.
This is how we did it. Magic, if you were a betting person at home.
The last 6 times we saw the evidence of a young creation. We have not been here for millions and billions of years. That's another lie. And that lie actually calls Jesus Christ a liar, because if you add up the dates in the Bible, Jesus said the beginning point.
Yes, and they bring up such weird things. I don't think Jesus Christ, if he existed, cared about that shit. But okay.
It was Adam and Eve. You add up the dates, you get about 6,000 years. How many guys would say it's probably not a good thing to call Jesus Christ a liar?
Oh, okay. And I always love when they throw intent in our mouths, because I feel like James and I and many skeptics try very hard to paint with as thin a brush as possible. But when you throw intent, do we think you're liars? No.
Unless there's a reason to think that you're being dishonest. Like, I would say science is wrong about what I wouldn't jump to the conclusion he's lying because I don't have sufficient evidence to show that he knows the arguments he's making are wrong.
Okay, but it's even worse than that. We saw for 6 weeks they call God the Father liar, and even God's word a liar. We have not been here for millions and billions of years, roughly about 6,000 years, like the Bible.
Very precise, roughly.
And I always like that. Once again, I have to give this example because they are not equivalent. These are not equivalent timescales. If I said to you, listen, I just checked your bank account and it says you have $6,000. All right. For many people, that is how you're going to get month to month. You might be excited. Okay. You got 6,000. Now, if I came to you and I said, I checked your bank account and there is 4.5 billion years, you would be confused, and said there was $4.5 billion. Would you be a little bit more excited? I feel like you would quickly be jumping to confirm that information, because if true, one of those things is going to change your life a little bit more than the other.
A little bit.
So we just stopped right there. No, we used our brain that God gave us The reason that he gave us, the logic he gave us, come let us
let's
reason
use our
together,
brain.
the prophet says. And we took a look at the facts, and we saw that it is a lie. This millions and billions of years things is a lie. And we exposed that with the evidence of space, the evidence of Earth, and logic. We looked at all their...
And I'm telling you, folks, these are fairly recent videos, okay? There is, I assume, him or his tech guy, they chose these graphics to convince you. So evidence of young creation, space Earth, logic, fallacy of dating methods, fallacy of geological column, and rapid formation. Oh.
Sounds like this guy's been listening to Kenty a little bit, huh?
A little bit.
Dating methods, carbon dating, radiometric dating, the geologic column, bunch of baloney. Okay, to put it
Bunch of baloney.
kindly. It's a lie. And then last time, if you were here, we saw rapid formation. Absolutely proves that. Okay, it's almost like, based on the scientific evidence, if you were here last time, that it agrees with the biblical account. When God spoke and created the earth, all of a sudden, it firmed up just like that.
Oh, just like that.
Wild?
Just like that, Amy.
The biblical account. It didn't take millions and millions.
James, I don't know, but have you heard about the scientific theory of if you believe in magic? It's a great one.
I mean, it's just amazing. They're very skeptical of the scientific model. Like they want to know each and every detail. They want to know each and every intermediate species in the entire record. And if we can't tell them one, they're just going to say, well, you guys don't know anything you're talking about then. But when it comes to the religion, they're just saying, oh, magic? Oh, makes perfect sense. Poof. Okay.
Exactly.
I gotcha. I follow. We're good.
Yeah, they never explain how animals came into existence other than God. And, okay, we understand the dude. How do you do it? Like, if someone asked you, how did you make a bench? And they said, me? Is that an explanation? Have you got any closer and gained knowledge of woodwork at all?
No.
No.
Bench.
No poof. Poof bench. Bench go poof. Oh, thank you.
Years, as evolution would say. Okay, but that's not all. The third evidence that God's left behind
No.
biblical account. When God spoke and created the earth, all of a sudden it firmed up just like that. Polonium helium. Isn't that wild? It's exactly the biblical account. It didn't take millions and millions of years, as evolution would say. Okay, but that's not
so triggered.
Exactly the big biblical account. Exactly.
Millions of years.
Not just almost like the biblical account, but exactly, always exactly like the biblical account.
Also, I don't know if you've ever heard this theological argument. It may have been presented by Thomas Aquinas until it was passed down into theological circles. But James, did you know a book said a thing?
I think Tertullian mentioned that in some of his writings. Too.
I do think he said so.
Pat's good buddy, Augustine of Hippo.
I'm sorry. I know that's his name, but it has Hungry Hungry Hippo in...
The Bishop of Hippo.
That's right. The Bishop of Hungry Hungry Hippo.
God's left behind for us, showing us this absolutely amazing proof that he is real. We can have a relationship with him through Jesus Christ, is the evidence of a...
Isn't that just weird? I once again, a personal relationship with God. Why? Imagine if Thor and Odin wanted to be your BFF, and if you said no, they would punish you.
Well, I mean, you still have free will, right? I mean...
Yes, you do have free will in that one of the options you listen and obey them, and the other option is lightning.
Oh, you get pounded with lightning?
Yes, and so, I
mean, it's your choice either way, right? You get to pick. Yeah.
True. In the same way that when someone is robbing you, to use his example, or to borrow, with a gun, it's your free will to give that robber money. You're doing it out of the goodness of your heart. the heart that you're trying not to have bleed out on the floor.
Good point.
Special creation. And this is something I
Not
really
special
want people to
pleading,
get at,
though.
and this is kind of what we talked about here in just the opening part with the behavioral statistics, okay? Have you ever wondered why our world is so absolutely hopeless?
Wow.
I don't think that it is hopeless, though.
This is why he got fired as a
Motivational
what's
speaker.
a motivational speaker?
Yeah.
This is why. Are you ready? All right. Everything is hopeless.
You don't have the power to change your life.
That's right.
You
Give
can't make
up
anything better.
now. He's got it.
So down in the mouth, the kids growing
Oh
up today
my.
just, right? I mean, think about the message that our society is telling them from wee high. I mean,
Okay.
here's the great thing that really
Science,
charges them to
hopefully.
get out of bed. Hey, everybody, according to evolution, you
Dr.
are
Ed.
nothing, you came from nothing, and you're going nowhere.
Woo! That's not what it actually says. though.
According to religion, God made you to worship him. You're going to worship him forever, or he's going to burn you.
But yes, we do get it. You once saw a pamphlet that talked about Nietzsche. I get it. It's cool. But that's not really what any of us believe.
Is sweating a little bit under there.
Oh, yeah. Now go be a productive citizen. Isn't that the message that they're being taught from wee high? That's all they know. You are nothing. You have no purpose, no value. When you die, you just go back to the ground to be worm bait. Now contrast that to what the scripture says. The Bible says you are special, unlike any other of God's creation. And you were created for a special purpose in the image of a special God. That's what God says. Let's take a look at that and remind ourselves of that great news. Genesis chapter 1. That's what the scripture says. Genesis chapter 1. Let's take a look there. If you find the preface.
I also love just the mix of
spinning
just
graphic.
straight out. Wow. That's, I was going to say straight out preaching with attacks on science. But yes, those lovely graphics from 1994 actually really do it for me. Randolph Richardson says, that guy is dumb. He is conflating evolution with abiogenesis. They love to do that because evolution is a fact. Evolution is about how species change about allele frequency. That's right. While abiogenesis is about the spark of life, as he likes to call it. Yeah, basically.
Pretty much, yeah.
And keep on sending in those comments about all the wisdom that you're hearing to James W. and myself at Amy Newman. I also want to send love. It's like 1 billion years old, speaking of, but I saw both Regos and Beck in Twitch. And so sending love out there, I do want to send love out into the Twitchosphere because we are almost. So we recently got monetized on YouTube because of viewers like you, and we're going to keep on sending the benefits back to you. But we also have a fantastic Twitchosphere. Woohoo! And we just need a few more active chatters, and we are going to become a partner affiliate, one of those on Twitch.
Take over the Twitch sphere.
Mwahaha. Because really, we just want to send love no matter where you are on
Take
the
over all
interwebs.
media.
That's right. I am the media queen, ladies and gentlemen, with the help, of course, of the fantastic and lovely Dr. Gizmo. But we are looking at a special creation, because it's not special pleading, The Lie of Ape-Man Evolution by Billy Crone.
Go to the right. That's right. And
left.
most likely it's on page 1 of your Bible, unless you have the large print Bible. And then it could be on, well, it all depends on the font, doesn't it? But anyway, that's right.
Now
Genesis chapter 1, we're going to read verses 24 through 28. How did we get here? Is it really hopeless? There's no reason. There's no direction. I don't think so. Let's take a look at what God tells us, all right? Genesis chapter 1, verse 24. When you get there, say moo. Ooh, that's a good one. All right.
Moo.
No.
There's a demon in the house. I heard that. Spiritual warfare.
Oh,
I better
get
switch
your
my message up.
emojis
No, let's
ready.
Continue on. Verse 24. And God said, who said this? God, let the land produce living creatures according to their kinds, livestock, creatures that move on the ground, and wild animals, each according to their kind. Here. And it was so.
And Sendin loves see science films. I can't tell if that is supposed to be towards them or us, but we send in love because I would say you're right in that he hasn't really talked much about
We're
apes
getting there,
yet.
sea science. We're getting there.
But once he does, it starts really being stereotypes of apes that were related to us. Still apes. But yes, we're knee deep in the Bible. We can't help it. We cannot help it.
Made the wild animals according to their kinds, the livestock according to their kinds. And how many of the creatures? All the creatures that move along the ground according to their kinds. And God saw that it was good. And then God said, hey, let us. Well, hey, wait a second. Who's us?
He told himself how good he did.
The Trinity right there in Genesis chapter 1. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. It's Elohim. It's plural in the Hebrew there. Let us, the Trinity, make man in our what? Image, in our likeness, and
Science,
let them rule over the fish of the sea and the birds of the air. Boy, that's another.
Rule over them. That's right.
Rule over them.
Dominion. They're yours. Nom, nom, nom.
Another lie of the evolution and the environmental movement. Who's ruling man now? You know, because in case you have that spotted owl on your property, bird, or that Swahilian catfish, suckerfish in your pond, you can't develop it. You lose your land. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, what?
You know, we're supposed to rule over what you say there, over the fish of the sea and the birds of the air, over the livestock, over all the air, over all the creatures that move along the ground. So who created man? God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him, male and female.
Science.
He created them. Okay? So the Bible clearly tells us that God, after he made the animals, who did he decide to go ahead and make? Mankind. He made you and I, okay? But not only that, what did he say? He drew a distinction. We are a special creation, unlike the animals, unlike the plants, okay? Mankind is radically different. He said that he made us specifically in his image, right? Now, again, these evolution, creation, the Bible, man's so-called wisdom are at war with each other. What does evolution teach? Do they say, oh yeah, here's the great news. This is why you have purpose and value in your life. God is the one who created us in his special image, and so you got a special purpose. Life is good.
Not about giving you happy times.
No, they say you came from a image of an ape, and you're purely an accident, right? Complete polar.
Your parents had sex. As Seinfeld would like to joke, we don't like to think about it. In fact, if you're adopted, there's the off chance you like to think, hey, maybe my parents are just best friends. Send love out there to Jerry, and all right.
Opposites. Now, and not only that, listen to this. You talk about twisting. Once again, the biblical account. Evolution does not say that God created us after the animals. We just read that, right? Evolution says we came from the animals.
It says we are animals.
Talk about an offense to God, okay? And what they do is they say, well, and we have proof of this. That's right. It's not just a theory. Ruth, that's right. We have proof of this because we have so many evidences of the missing link. We've got this evidence from man changing from a monkey into Joey. Okay, it's right there. You're right there, bro. I had to use it. Yeah, so that's what you get for the millions of years now. But right, and so I would say let's take a look at the supposed ape-man links and see who's telling the truth. Okay, and but before we do that,
so we have for 35.90 shekels. Huh? I do believe so. Hi from the unholy land of the conquering Jews. Woo-hoo, what is up? I will say one of the things I regret is that in having a Jewish family, they do allow you when you're being raised to go to Israel. And so I do want to visit. I want to visit all 50 states, and all including the districts as well on top. And I also want to visit as many countries will allow me. So sending so much love to you, and also sending love for the support. Thank you so very much. We're going to just keep on making fun, love, and content. Yeah, it'd be so interesting to visit Israel. But we are listening to a special creation, The Lie of Ape-Man Evolution by Billy Crone. I just want to thank once again everyone out there in chat and our supporters.
It's 3:30.
Yeah, I know we are midnight ranting. The reason I labeled this as a Skeptic and Ranting is because this is more of a longer video.
Yeah.
And so we're just having some fun, but keep on tagging as we love sending your comments on screen and talking about it. And yeah. Mwah.
Come on, Billy.
We just read the biblical account of how man got here, right?
You read the bullshit.
As goofy as what I'm about to show
Exactly.
you, this is actually how evolution says we got here, ultimately, eventually from an ape, but it started earlier than that. This is actually what's taught in school. Now, keep in mind, this is little crumb snatchers, okay, taught in school from wee high. This is what's drilled in their head, not what we just read, page 1 of the Bible, good news. You got value. You're a
so
special
angry
creation, created for a
they're
special
not
purpose
taught
by a special God. This is what they're taught.
school.
Okay, let's take a look
Public.
at evolution's version of man. In the beginning, they say, and this is from a textbook.
One day, I will say, I was so excited when I got to do the bacon with James of Modern Day Debate. I want to send love to everyone who participated in that, to everyone who watched it. But what I really, well, not really, how should I phrase this? What I also wanted to do was visit Austin and visit all of the other places out there. So I am going to eventually. I know the ACA is out there. Aaron Ra's there. Fantastic Senator Cato is out there.
Atheist Junior's in Texas, too.
Is he? Send love to AV. Well, and I will say this. My goal, and I think James probably has the same idea, is that when we eventually get enough money and enough members, I would like to do, there probably is a Skepticon. So we'll think of our Skeptic and Ranting Con. We'll think of our own, some sort of name. Yes, and I want to have our own conventions. I want to connect atheist, agnostic, and science-minded people.
I want to have people come and people who deconverted, thanks to us, come and tell us about it.
That would be truly an honor. And so that is coming soon. I just have to send it. I just had to send one more. I'm sending it up on screen just because, just sending love just again for all the support. We are putting it to use, and channel membership and emojis and more shows are just up and coming. Woo! And all right, we're going to just keep on getting into the science. We're still not up into the apes. It's a good point. I mean, we're 15 minutes in, and he's triggered at least into his opposing view, and they're still not talking about apes. But
wow, they don't teach the Bible in school. Wow.
Yeah, it's wow, they don't teach the Bible in school, and really triggered by deep time, by the fact that it's
millions and billions of
years.
years.
Oh, QQ.
About 4 billion years ago.
Yeah,
were you there? No.
Am I a prophet?
No.
6
weeks with that lie.
The
air was unfit to breathe.
Kind
of like LA, if you've been down there, down, right, or whatever. Apparently, the earth was without light. The sun beat down.
And we hope we're sending love to all of you, and we hope that doesn't matter if you are in chat or you are just at home painting, doing homework, you're doing a
Sacrificing babies to
spreadsheet or
Satan.
tucking yourself into bed. We are sending love to you as we help listen to this. I was going to say nonsense, but it's wisdom.
And storms lash the coast, and volcanoes
Lash
poured
me, baby.
hissing
Oh.
lava.
He's explaining, he's straw manning, and what I like about this is he reads certain parts that are true and then straw mans the other. But evolution's version of man, the earth without life as the sun beat out, storms lashed, and the coast of volcanoes poured hissing lava into the ocean's waters. Yeah, it was a very inhospitable place, and thus early life were these extreme philes, just like tardigrades, who can survive
almost anywhere. Yeah,
exactly
into the ocean's waters. Let's get into that. So let's all hiss. Can you feel it?
Can you
whatever.
feel it?
Let's move on. But it was these natural
Can you feel it?
jokes that fuse simple molecules into more complex ones. Amino acids started to form and then interact with each other, and soon primitive proteins were fashioned, and perhaps, Joey, as a worm-like molecule. We don't know. We just keyword there.
And see science. I also see this. Just send them if you are. The link to Discord is in chat. I will put up any links that you want, because we always want to show, especially from the opposing view.
And he's getting really triggered by the fact that we don't know exactly how abiogenesis happened. So the textbooks, they're speculating. They're putting out different things that may have happened. We don't know exactly. And again, that's part of science. There still are questions to answer. There still are unknowns.
Sending love to Bon. What is up? I can't help it that he's in Texas. That I just saw content on Praise's channel, and just the rift between him and Gavin. I just saw. I can't help it. There was a new video.
They broke up. That has got to be. It
was a hard divorce.
Yeah. I mean,
but we're
that video of Joshua Bell golfing today.
When it comes to scam, listen, it's a sad time for Chuck E. Cheese stock. We don't take sides in any schisming. We just grab popcorn, because I mean, why else? All right, C Science. I'm gonna let you join the team. I've only met you recently. I like to think that we let anyone with Team Science. So
she's gonna keep you on a short leash, is what she's.
Well, and I will say, really, I like to think, even myself, that it's always under admins of Titan Uranus and Math Pig if he's out there somewhere. But they are the real admins that
set us up.
Yeah, exactly. That run the Discords and the chats. So sending love out there, and we are trying to get to apes.
And then somehow the right molecules got together, and the first living cell appeared. The first living cell is
once again triggered by evolution's version of man. The first living cell is the great ancestor of all plants and animals on Earth, including man. And I would like to bring up consistently that plants came, that's what she said, or he, came before animals and fungi. That we are a response to them, and that we need them way, way more than we need. They need us. If plants were to die, And that doesn't matter. You could be a full-on 100% carnivore. What are you going to feed your animals? Okay? Like, you get down to the line, and the beginning of that line of multicellular life, it's going to be photosynthetic plants.
Dun, dun, dun.
The great ancestor of all plants and animals on Earth, including who? Man. So according to evolution, this is Grandpa.
Oh, my Unhoven.
Right there. And he's trying to get it all figured out. And that's what they're doing. Okay, but let's move on. Now, they
Joy
say
of asexual reproduction.
from this first cell, all
true.
other forms of life evolved and is actually, this is their words, the father of us all. How did man come from this first cell? I love this, Tom. Here's the story.
Wait, hold on. From the first cell, all other forms of life evolve and is actually the father of us all. How did actually it didn't have a gender. Ha ha, let's trigger them even further or more. How
Gender
did
didn't evolve for a long time after that.
Exactly. Billions of years. Single-celled organisms were just fine.
Without gender. Yeah.
How did man come from the first cell? Kinky. Here's the story, and then he does his. I can't help it. It is comedically. You do have to, though. He sets up the slides, so I guess you.
Come from this first cell. I love this, Tom. Here's the story. It sounds just like that, doesn't it? It's like, come on, man. Okay, here it is. As time.
I like how impressed he was with that joke. Okay. Evolution's version of man. As time went on, this first cell developed into an amoeba-like organism that can survive in the ocean. Once again, if you were playing anti-evolutionist bingo, now you can check off amoeba on your list.
Box.
Yo, it never... it's going to be my new pet peeve. Like, if you say that we came from amoebas, no. Amoebas are a range of organisms of different species that do a amoeba-like movement.
This first cell developed into an amoeba-like organism that could survive in the ocean. That comes in handy. Okay, and after millions of years, these creatures evolved into a fish. As you can see, the prophet Gary Larson has solved the dilemma. Why would they even do that? Well, because they were playing baseball. As you can see there, the ball got knocked up on the land, so they had to evolve legs, Tom, to get the baseball because it was only the third inning, and hey, if you're going to make up a story, I'm going to make up one too, okay? But that's what it says, okay? Now, then they say, well, and some of these fish develop lungs so that they could survive outside the water.
You mean like lungfish?
It's absolutely ludicrous.
I know.
Because even if that were true, and it's not, you couldn't survive. Because at some point, the halfway point, logically, you would have lungs that are only halfway evolved.
It took us how long till we started using logic? Okay, I'm waiting for it.
For the water and halfway for the air, which means you can't breathe the water no more, and you can't breathe air, so you're dead. How many guys would say that dead fish are babies?
And another
the lung
thing
developed from another organ, like the air bladder.
Exactly. And the other thing is that the transitional niche still exists. That is why you have hippopotamuses. That is why you have beavers. Semi-aquatic otters. Semi-aquatic animals doing just fine. Will continue to do just fine.
Right, it's ridiculous. But anyway, but that's what they got. So they supposedly developed these lungs, right? And then gradually began to move to land as the first amphibians. Okay, is what they say. And it was these amphibians.
What I love about this too is every once in a while he's just showing good data and going, ha 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 ha. It's like, no, that.
You would never have something like Tiktaalik, like a half fish, half amphibian. You would never find an animal like that.
Never. Evolution's version of man. It was these amphibians that evolved into reptiles. No, it was reptiles, then amphibians, and actually it was reptile. Fish, and then it would be an amphibian. Then it would be a reptile. Then it would be a mammal. Then it would be a primate, and it'd be us.
that evolved into reptiles.
So yeah, see,
And
every
the
once
Earth
in a
became
while, he shows good information. They just
populated with
criticize
great
it.
dinosaurs, they say. And some of these reptiles developed legs and became what we call today mammals. That's right. But other reptiles developed wings and flew away to become the birds. So where did man come from?
Became bats. Do you notice what he just said? Some mammals flew away to become birds? No, they didn't.
Hey, thanks for asking, Mario. I want to know too, according to their story. Well, I'm not making this up. This is taught in the textbooks. That's a picture of one.
Probably are.
One of the early mammals was known as a tree shrew and was not much larger than a squirrel. And it looked like a squirrel. Grandpa? Was your great-great-great-great-great-grandpa?
I like that, though. The fact that they're...
This is Ken Hovind. Like, a lot of his shit is borrowed from Ken Hovind.
Even the dad jokes.
A squirrel riding skis and being patriotic during the July 4th. And we came from a squirrel? That's nuts, okay? It gets even worse. And it was this creature.
I do have to pause because no one appreciates that joke. You get it? That's nuts. And like I said, some of his jokes land and others, well...
that lived in the trees and gradually evolved into primitive monkeys and other ape-like creatures. And it was from these ape-like creatures, go ahead, Joey, wave at it. I know you want to. There you go. Yeah. Ape-like creatures evolved to the great apes that we see in zoos today. Well, wait a second. If we got the apes in zoos today and we supposedly came from the apes,
don't do it. Don't do it.
Giving birth to other humans. Why are they still...
I know. Why aren't apes giving to humans? They should basically be trying to get trophies on best almost a human. Why? Why aren't they doing that? They don't want to be humans. They're fine just being other primates, doing their own thing. I know the one actual joke, and he just—that's why you need timing. He went too fast. Yeah. He stepped on his own laugh.
Take your comedy class.
That's exactly. Hey, do some workshops.
Hey, you're not supposed to answer that. As well as the creature who came down from the trees and starting walking upright. That's right, folks. This is man. Right there. Let's be honest. I grew up in the Midwest. How many of you guys got relatives that actually look like that? But you don't want guests come over your house, you hide the pictures real quick under the couch. Okay, I know you're out there. But anyway, let's move on. In fact, this is actually taught in textbooks, right? This is what kids are being taught. In fact, our, quote, father, that first living cell, would have been very proud of us if he could see how far we've come over all these years.
Why is everything
now, Tom, that's supposed to be our father there. I mean, can anybody find a smile? Me personally, I'm still debating. Joe, now is his eyes down here, or is that
a face? It's a single-celled organism. In fact,
Doesn't
these
have
are
eyes.
organelles. These doesn't need to have. It's not trying to have a conversation with you.
His eye over there, that one got hit with the baseball bat from the fish trying to evolve, and his nose got ran over by a truck. Is it a cartwheel? Is that what's going on there? Okay. Yeah. But the point is this, okay, I wanted to give you a refresher of that because especially those who've been out of the school system, secular for a while. But folks, that's really what's taught. And how many guys would say that's just a little bit different than what we just read in the Genesis account?
Okay. Yes.
Incredibly different, okay? And that's what they say.
In fact, that would be impressive if it was in the Genesis account.
That we don't have a special creation, a special purpose, no value in life, unlike what the scripture says. They actually would teach kids from wee high that you came from a supposed simple cell to a blob of gel to an ape that smells. And we wonder why our world is so hopeless, okay? Is this true? I mean, it's one thing for you to put the caricatures in the textbook and you just boldly proclaim it as if you know for sure this happened. But did we really come not only from the cell, but up to the ape into you and I today? Is there any evidence that we really did come from an ape?
Yeah.
No. Yes. In fact, folks, and I'll use this word. In fact, what we're going to see, Lord willing, over the next several weeks,
that
we're going to look at lie after lie after. I have no shame in using this word because it's a lie. We're going to look at all the supposed evidences of evolution, and they're lies. This blows me away. Even if you ignore all the evidence for intelligent design, even if you ignore what we studied the last 6 weeks for the Achilles heel of evolution, the millions and millions of years,
we don't have time to go through all that, Billy. I'm sorry.
All the mechanisms they say, oh, we know for sure that we've evolved.
We do.
Every single one of them is a lie. And one of the biggest ones, I'm telling you folks, is this ape-man myth baloney. It's a lie. Let's take a look at their missing links.
We are third into the video. Why, fantastic. Yes, you probably should talk about the theme of your presentation. That'd probably be a good idea. You got sidetracked by Jesus and deep time.
You got a little triggered, yeah.
Little triggered, little off track. It's hard for him to F-U-C-U-S.
And you tell me if somebody's trying to make a monkey out of this. Okay, this is absolutely crazy there. Well, except for maybe that one. Maybe that's accurate there, that picture. But let's move on.
I love that.
Nebraska man. Okay,
it's like all of these slides are crap, except well, not the slide on there. Could go forward. Okay.
One of their proofs. Okay, in 1922, scientists discovered a fossil that was reported to be 1 million years old. I know, it was amazing, wasn't it? And it was heralded as the missing link in human evolution, and it was called Nebraska man, Joey, because you get a piece of gum for that, bro, right there. All right. It was found in the state of Nebraska. Henry Osborne, he was a paleontologist. He said, hey, this combined the characteristics of chimpanzees and man. This is amazing. And this fossil became famous because it was used as evidence in what?
Whatever the hell they're called.
The Scopes monkey trial. So this was their evidence. Well, let's take a look at their evidence. For many years, evolutionists described Nebraska man as a missing link. That's right. But the only problem was it didn't belong to any type of human or an ape. Okay? It was actually found out to be just a mere tooth is all they found, and the tooth came from a pig. Not.
Oh, but wait. So Nebraska man was a name applied to his Apopahidocotopus, exactly, a primitive species of ape. It was heralded as the first higher primate of North America. It was originally described by Henry Fairfield Osborne in 1922 on the basis of a tooth found by a rancher and a geologist, Harold Cook, in Nebraska in 17. Although the Nebraska man was not a deliberate hoax, the original classification proved to be a mistake and was retracted in 1927.
5 years it took them to retract it. 5 years. That's it.
So, of course, used by creationists, but it is nonsense. And as you will find, that is going to be the theme of his anti-evolution, anti-primate
science
argument.
itself figured out that it wasn't what they thought it was in 5 years. And did they discover that through religion? No,
I was going to say
through the scientific approach.
James, what fixed bad science?
Good science. Yeah.
Wow.
And that's the thing, is that it does make mistakes sometimes. It does draw wrong conclusions, but that's why everything is a theory, because it's constantly open to revision and additional data being taken in. You know, you could submit a paper if you could disprove gravity, and you could legitimately do that, they would consider it. I mean, it doesn't seem very likely, but...
And what a theory is a framework of facts. And so you are using facts to explain a phenomena. If we learn that one of those facts is no longer true, then we change our theory.
We can modify the theory because it's not set in stone.
It's so funny. I'm trying to find my orb, but oh my, maybe we should do a prediction. Are you a prophet, Command Cyborg?
The thing is, I think I asked Ken Hopen this, because he's like, oh, they've got these lies in the textbooks. Like, well, they took Nebraska man out. They saw that that's not right. That's not a human ancestor. They had no problem admitting that and taking it out. But so because of that, that means all the other ones that we haven't taken out, they must also all be also wrong. No.
Are you sure?
The answer you seek is yes.
Well, all right.
I guess they all are wrong. Then.
Yeah. We're gonna. The prediction is going to come true. We had the prophecy already set.
Making it up. Check it out for yourself, folks. All they had was a tooth. The tooth was not even from man, it was from a pig. They built a whole imaginary, and this was evidence for the Scope Monkey trial. They built a whole imaginary society around a single pig tooth. Okay? Here's a picture. They built the entire Nebraska man out of plaster of Paris and imagination. They even built him a wife.
Yeah, it was an artistic.
Well, one guy said, he said this, you got to be pretty good to know what he looks like, his wife, just from his tooth.
We get it. Yes, we get it. We get it.
Right? And this is your evidence.
What did Noah look like?
Crazy. Okay? So based on the evidence, that's right, using our brains that God gave us, according to the evidence, here's the real Nebraska man right there. Right there. You know, you cook him up, put him on some cow, you'll be good to go. But that's the Nebraska man.
Pigs
Folks,
are
I'm
actually
telling you, it gets
smart.
worse. And this is their proof
Beat us
that
in
we evolved from apes.
joystick
Absolutely
controlled video
ridiculous.
games.
Next one's Piltdown Man. Okay? This one. For 50 years, we were led to believe.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to close bets now. If you were making them, we'll do payouts at the end.
Been promoted to the GD level.
That's right.
Commander GD.
We like to promote everyone to the girl deck level. That is where it's a very fancy and sophisticated CEO deck. The girl deck. But yes, the myth of Piltdown Man for more than 50 years, we are led to believe that this ancient creature was another supposed answer of modern man who was found in a gravel pit in Sussex, England in 1912 is what he has on screen.
That this ancient creature was a supposed ancestor of modern man. It was found in a gravel pit in Sussex, England in 1912, and he was considered by some, Piltdown Man, to be some of the second most important fossil, proving, that's right, the evolution of man. But when two scientists eventually took a closer look, they found that Piltdown Man was what? Shocker. It was a fraud. Listen to what these guys did. The original discoverers took a human skull and an ape's jawbone, filed them down, and made them fit together. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Then they treated them with acid to make them look old, and then they buried them in the gravel pit, and, oh, hey, look what we discovered. Piltdown Man.
Who was it that he said discovered this fraud? I think he said the scientist discovered that it was a fraud.
So the Piltdown Man was a paleontological fraud in which bone fragments were presented as the fossilized remains of a previously unknown early human. Although there were doubts about its authenticity virtually from the beginning, the remains were still accepted for many years, and the falsity of the hoax was only definitively demonstrated once again in the cutting-edge year of when the creationists quote 1953. An extensive scientific review in 2016 established the amateur archaeologist Charles Dawson was responsible for the fraudulent evidence. In fact, in 1912, Charles Dawson claimed that he discovered the missing link between ape and man. Once again, the missing link, not a good concept because there is no such thing.
Humans are apes.
We are apes. And all of these also were bones constructed with hundreds of thousand years, way older than the supposed creationists. Yeah, they think the Earth is. So, once again, absolute nonsense. And, I don't know, prophecy, educated guess. It's just these conspiracy theories seem to come back.
This would be like us saying that Christianity is obviously false because the Shroud of Turin is fake. It's like, well, we say the Shroud of Turin is not good evidence for Christianity, but it doesn't prove that it's false. It's just not good evidence for it because it's almost certainly a middle-aged fraud, forgery, work of art, whatever it was. Almost certainly that, but doesn't disprove Christianity no more than one guy made a fraudulent fossil and it fooled some people, even though some people figured out pretty quickly that it was fraud. Doesn't mean the whole theory of evolution is not true.
Yep.
Even science channels admit today that this thing was a complete lie. Let's take a look.
We know. Yeah, we know.
Immediately it became plain that the staining on the bones was superficial.
You're also basically talking, all of these examples are all like failed missing link attempts when that is an outdated concept.
The artifacts had been stained. The material which had been cut was probably cut when it was already fossil using a steel knife.
When the scientists looked at Piltdown Man's teeth under the microscope, they got another shock.
Yeah.
There is some evidence for the
Was
fact
it your
that the
local
teeth, in fact,
rabbi?
had been filed down.
Priest or pastor? No.
There were sort of still scratch marks, deep scratch marks, obviously been made by some implement that has been used to sort of bring these molars down to a particular
And not to
desired
dig
shape.
on older
The jawbone
documentaries.
dated back less than 100
Is it anything
years.
that they use modern?
It came from a
The sound
female
equipment,
orangutan.
Pieces were broken off which could have shown that the jawbone did not belong with the skull. So they removed the pieces that would have shown the bones did not match directly. This canine tooth was filed down and rubbed down to make it much smaller.
In the front part of the jaw here, it's been broken off, which obviously takes away the telltale signs that it obviously is an ape and not a, quote, humanoid jaw.
All the evidence pointed to only one conclusion. Somebody had forged the Piltdown fossils. Scientists were stunned. Who would do such a thing, and why?
Well, when you have zero evidence for your so-called theory, you lie.
The irony is so not
Make it
lost
up.
at all on him.
And you print
Who's
it.
got zero evidence?
Control of the printing.
Who's
And
got
you
zero
lie
evidence,
loud enough,
Billy?
long enough, and often enough, and people will believe it. That's not all, but listen to this, folks. It was such a lie for so long. Oh, by the way, that's from Discovery. Even they know it's a lie. So you can't say, oh, it's just you Christians.
Everybody
No,
admits it's a lie.
it's a lie.
Yeah, I always like that. Yeah, when they're always like, and that's from science. So who are you gonna? Once again, ladies and gentlemen, you guys believe in a religion, so religion bad. And hey, this is from science, so science good. That's just the message I'm
I
getting
don't know.
tonight, I believe.
How many doctors of divinity are out there? He's like, oh, people got their PhD based on Piltdown Man. People get their PhDs based on the Bible.
500 people actually studied the Piltdown Man's fossils back in the day when they said, oh, this is proof. And they wrote PhD dissertations on it, earned a doctorate degree, and it was all a lie.
Like Ken Hovind's
So they have to turn their doctorate
doctoral
back in.
dissertation.
Okay, it was a lie. In fact, for decades, one guy
15
brings
foot
this
of
point out. It's really good. He
PhDs.
says, for decades, boys and girls went to school and were taught that Piltdown Man
Liar,
was proof
liar,
of
pants on
evolution.
fire.
Solid proof. The whole
what it
time it
says
was
on
not. It was a
screen.
lie. It was a hoax. And he says this, I wonder how many kids during those years lost confidence in the Bible and doubted Jesus because of this lie.
I always love when they have these Jesus heel pictures. That's exactly how it went down. Also, I mean, isn't this girl supposed to be suffering? And maybe that's afterwards. I wonder how
What
many
if
kids
she has
during.
a terminal disease and Jesus is saying, well, I'm sorry, me and the Father and the Holy Spirit decided you're not going to be one of the ones who gets better. So you're
You
going to
are
die.
not saved.
You are not getting better.
What's Jesus say? You want to be a
Hey-o.
stumbling block for little kids?
No.
Hey, it's better you have a millstone. You know what a millstone is? Big, massive stone, round, circular thing with a hole in the center.
Big
Just put
stone,
a shaft
dude.
through it, and that's what they roll the
Massive
grain with.
stone.
Okay? Even
Oh
on my best
my,
day,
you got
eating
me at
serious amounts of
shaft,
cow,
but I
couldn't
got
pick
my
one up.
rock ready.
Big, massive stone.
Got
Okay?
my stone
Jesus
ready.
said it's better to have you
Ugh.
put that around your neck, throw you into the deepest
my.
sea, than to do something like that and lead kids astray. And
Well,
yet
that
that's what's happening in
escalated
schools around
quickly.
America every single day with lies. Okay, Neanderthal man, that's a big one, right? Let's take a look at what's really going on with that. That was the supposed first ape man found back in Darwin's day. Okay, still synonymous with brutishness. The first Neanderthal remains were found back in 1856 in the Neander Valley.
Wow.
Hence,
Once again, I feel bad making fun of him for the graphics, but they're just like peak 90s.
Mid 90s.
Still synonymous.
Like what do you remember in like middle school? Like when they just figured out how to do computer
by a school
graphics.
teacher.
When I had typing classes.
Let's move on. Now, here's all they found. This is it. Okay, they discovered a skull cap, not the whole skull, but just a skull cap piece of it, and a few other bones. Okay, in 1908, this Professor Boulet of the Institute of Human Paleontology in Paris declared that Neanderthal was an ignorant, knuckle-dragging ape-like man. Right, and that's where we kind of get the term.
Oh.
It's still kind of stuck today. And he said this because of his low eyebrow ridges and his stooped-over posture.
So in 1908,
Let's
they
take a look at the
thought
facts.
something
Upon
that
closer
was not
examination,
true.
it's been discovered now, and we've known this for quite some time, and they've known it too. Neanderthal man was just as human as you and I. Had nothing to do with apes. Listen to this. His stooped over appearance was because of arthritis and rickets, which is a vitamin D deficiency, and the Neanderthal skeleton.
You're on mute?
Woohoo! Send in love, see Science Film Labs, and everyone out there, keep on tagging us at James W. and myself at Amy Newman. Did you know that humans have 8 sacral formata and apes have, or other apes, I would say, but apes have 10 sacral forma? The ape and human are very different appearing, don't you think? No. Like that's one of the examples that I would use, is the fact that other apes and humans just look so freaking alike. I understand the joke, like, oh, all that hair. But no, our bones, our muscles, almost... There's very few things I could think that we look different in. I would say the similarities just overwhelmingly override any differences. And I would say even genetically. Yeah, what do you think, James?
Our DNA is like over 98% identical. It's not to say there are no differences between us and from when we diverged several million years ago. You're going to accumulate quite a bit of mutations. In fact, the human chromosome number 2, like humans have one fewer chromosome than the other great apes, but they figured out which chromosome merged. It was human chromosome 2 that came from 2 great ape chromosomes that made the human genome. But
yeah,
how amazing is that? We can actually tell which chromosome of ours was mutated from the great ape chromosome. It's amazing.
And see, this is where I would want to know. I would want to see evidence for that claim. They're saying, did you know human men and women don't share a 90% DNA likeness? I'm not even sure if you're saying that about human men and women, which have 100% DNA likeness, except for the fact that every human has different genes and mitochondria DNA. But then I would like to see that about other primates too. I mean, like... It's
we do appear 98% alike.
Yeah, exactly. We look... what I don't understand is, why do we look so similar? Why is it that all humans look so similar? Like, as a species, there's only... Have you ever seen a character creator on a video game? It's we can only make so many options. Amy, what about the sex chromosome? What about the sex chromosome? So, plants and animals have sex chromosomes. Single-celled organisms and fungi have mating types. So, what about it? That there's different chromosomes? I don't get why that would be a thing. Yeah, you can have different apes and humans having different levels of chromosomes.
No, like Mark Reed posted a
But
video.
I would just want to, yeah, he posted a video up in there. But I just want to know, why do humans look so like other primates? Like, why is it that our bones look almost exactly the same?
Is it really just that God just decided to make things that look 99% human and just we'll make it a little more brutish, give it a little bit more hair, make the brain a little bit smaller, and then
Is it also just a coincidence that chimpanzees are tend to lean more towards I'm trying to think how to word this, towards a more violence-prone society, tend to be more patriarchal, and bonobos tend to be more sexually dominated and matriarchal. And for whatever reason, humans seem to be both of those. They seem to be like right in between, somewhere between sex and violence. But yeah, I'm sending love, see science. Like I said, we love views that disagree from our own.
But Neanderthal, we're not just modern humans.
And thank you. I was waiting for a transition, if you may, but you gave me a perfect. So Neanderthals or Homo, so you see the root words, same as ours, Homo neanderthalis or Homo sapiens neanderthalis.
Don't tell me about the homos, James. I don't want to hear about the homos.
I know, which I don't understand that joke at all. I would just tell Kent why. I would love to talk about the homos. Let's talk. Keep on talking about it, Kent. Yeah, exactly. Are an extinct species or subspecies of archaic humans who lived in Eurasia about how long? 40,000 years ago. So that it would be my really big clue into why these creationists using Neanderthals are so full of shiitas.
Because 40,000 years ago in the evolutionary time scale is not a lot. So they often say, oh, well, you could put one of them. If a Neanderthal was walking around today, you'd probably be able to tell the difference. And maybe that's true. 40,000 years, not that long in evolutionary time.
Yep. And sometime between how long it takes to make subspecies. Remember, we've only been humans for 100 to 2,000 years. And so 315 to 800,000 years ago is when we began to diverge, almost upwards of 1 million. But no, definitely, let's go back to the creationists using them as proof of their fears of deep time.
They found was bent over not because he was slowly evolving coming up. He was an old man with arthritis hunching over going down. Now, I'm not going to look at anybody, but I'm sure that some people came in here.
Look at me.
And according to evolution, you were evolving.
Ha ha ha.
No, it's called getting older and your body starts to go down like that, right? But it had nothing to do with an ape. That's what the facts were. In fact, this expert, Rudolf Virchow, declared, quote, the curved leg bones that they found were the result of rickets, a vitamin deficiency. Did people get bow-legged today? Hello, what's that? That has nothing to do with evolution. And the knots of the bone above the eyes have been caused by damage to the skull. Okay, is all it was. And as far as the low eyebrow ridges and long sloping forehead, well, surely that came from an ape. Well, number one, stop calling me Shirley. Number two, that's not true. We see the same feature in people here.
Stepped on his joke. That's what you get. You just blowing right through it. That's what she said. Don't call me Shirley. Which is a great movie. Shout out to original Airplane, right?
Rodney Dangerfield. Or no, Leslie Nielsen. Yeah.
Yes. We see the same feature in people still alive today. Here's a photo of a Malaysian native with the same skull characteristics.
Still alive today. This is a picture of a Malaysian native with the same skull characteristics. People alive today in certain parts of the world, that's the same skull characteristic. It has nothing to do with an ape. How many guys would say it's probably not a good thing to go to that guy and say, hey, you came from an ape?
Waking up.
How many guys would say it'd be the last time he said that? Okay. But folks, that has nothing. That proves nothing. Furthermore, the so-called culture, as they looked around the other area.
This has to be serious because he has a surgeon on it. Furthermore, the culture of these so-called Neanderthals, so they were skilled hunters, believe it or in an afterlife, as in they may have had religion and even surgeons. Yes, we for the longest time crapped all over Neanderthals, and all evidence actually points that they were as advanced, maybe in some respects, you know, they had an advantage, and yet somehow, well, our genes won.
Even though they do live in our DNA.
Exactly, that's true also too. Proportion.
Most people have up to like 2 to 3% Neanderthal DNA, so they interbred with humans, and to a certain extent, they're a part of us today.
It has nothing to do with it. Remember the guy said knuckle-dragging ape-like man? Ooh. What they found is in their culture, they were skilled
in 1908.
Afterlife,
in 1908, somebody said something was wrong.
That's far from knuckle-dragging. Okay, yeah, that's the facts of Neanderthal.
They had superstition.
Neanderthal man is still in textbook right now, even though it's proven wrong.
They had superstition.
And it's true. What Shane says, the Geico commercials are true. You can save 15% on car insurance by switching to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Over now 50 years ago. If all you have is lies to support your theory, maybe it's time to get a new theory. Why would you deliberately lie?
Now he's starting to learn.
Yeah. Java Man. Java Man was another one of the first alleged ape man ever found, and of course used by evolutionists. And we all know that's where Starbucks evolved from. It was Java Man. Wrong one, Jim. Nice try, though. Okay. He was found on the island of Java and reported to be, that's right, another missing link between ape and man. He was discovered by this guy, Eugene Dubois, in 1891. And all that was found, this is it. It's all they find. Never complete structures. He found a skull cap, a piece of a skull, 3 teeth, and thrown a femur. That's it. Okay. In fact, the femur was found 50 feet away from the original skull cap a full year later. I hate to get hit by a car. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Do you? Well, can I hit you in the face with this? Which is Java Man, Homo erectus, formerly known as Anthropicus erectus, is an early human. Fossils discovered in 1891, 1892 on the island of Java. Estimated to be how old? 700,000 to 1 million years old. So around the time of that actual divergence.
1 million years old.
Million. Why would you ask for $1 billion when you could ask for $1 million? But it was at the time of discovery the oldest hominid fossil ever found. It remains the type specimen for Homo erectus. In fact, to distinguish Java Man from other Homo erectus populations, some scientists began to regard it as a subspecies. Homo erectus in the 1970s. Other fossils found in the first half of the 20th century in Java at Sangrayan and Mokogero are all older than those found by Du Bois, are also considered part of the species of Homo erectus. The fossils of Java Man have been housed as the naturalized in the Netherlands since 1990. So yes, what I'm basically wanted to point out is, once again, they are full of crap. This is not a fake. This is not a fraud. This was the oldest human at the time and is still hundreds of thousands of years old.
Older than they think the Earth even is.
And once again, I don't know if this man is lying or wrong. I don't want to put intent into his mouth, but it is one of those.
You give me a break. And then after serious study, it was discovered that 2 other pieces of Java Man, listen to this, were taken from 2 different skulls. It's not even the same head, and from 2 different areas of the island. The dude's just walking around. Oh yeah, these all must be from the same creature. You gotta be kidding me.
Oh my.
Now, apparently he had
I would have to say, I get on my knees for Jesus day in, day out, every week.
All day, every day.
He is my yoga teacher. He is fantastic. And hopefully one day he will help all of us come. What was I talking about? Anyway, the second coming, if you're a good boy or girl. But we are actually listening to a special creation, The Lie of Ape-Man Evolution. What is up, preacher? What is up, everyone out there? We're having fun. In fact, some would even say we're skeptic and ranting.
Because he later admitted it was a bunch of baloney. Okay. Later, he went on record and he admitted.
How dare you? Wow, you're really gonna use that type of potty language? And we were trying to be monetized.
Discovery, he rejected its authenticity and admitted that his fossil findings were the mixing together of human skull remnants and the femoral bone of a giant gibbon. So just like the other guy pulled down, man, these guys faked it too. Shocker. Anybody starting to see a pattern here? Yeah. Okay. Let's continue on. How about the Peking man? Obviously, he was found in a cave in Peking, China. You're catching on, Joey. During the early part of last century. However, no other scientists have directly observed the original site. And it's not actually been seen in more than 50 years. We're just kind of taking their word for it.
Like how this is like a PSA poster, be suspicious, be suspicious. So this is out of 1984. My lordy.
That's up to date for them.
Yeah, something recent for them, right? But we're, of course, going to get into packing. I hate to knock the wind out of his sails. Like, I do want to just let me give him rope. Hold on.
But whatever, still got some problems with him. In fact, the only skulls of the Peking man were found as well as a few human-like tools, okay, but never a lower skeleton. So again, they just built it off a few pieces.
It really is.
Again, we haven't been to the actual site, but whatever, we're just taking their word for it, but just pieces of skull. But we did find some human-like tools, okay, but nothing else. Now, what's interesting is that all the examples of Peking man had the back of their skulls smashed in. That's weird. Let's take a look. Which exactly matched. Isn't that the coolest graphic? I couldn't wait to share that. It's like brain gravy or something. Isn't that neat? You guys hungry now?
Wow. I can't tell if that's really stupid or wholesome or wholesomely stupid. But okay.
No wonder. But it exactly matched the results of when people of that region still today hunt for and eat monkey brains. Okay, it sounds gross to you and I, but if you do your research, monkey meat is very tough, difficult to eat, obviously, but monkey brains still today are considered a delicacy. You can see a picture of one there, dead, obviously, as a delicacy for these natives. They like eating monkey brains. Gross to us, but that's what they do over there, okay? As it turns out, Peking man represents...
Okay, has that been enough rope? Because I feel like he really, really... dangled himself for that one. So what is Peking man, everyone? Well, it's a subspecies. Let's just ignore his racism for a second. His dog whistles or jokes or whatever you want to call it. I don't want to trigger him using the R word.
We get it, Billy.
Which inhabited the Zudokan cave of northern China during the Middle Palestine. The first fossil, a tooth, was discovered in 1921. Once again, Billy's bringing up modern edge cutting events in science.
Of course, always.
The Zudokan cave has since become the most productive H. erectus site. Once again, if you've noticed a trend, if we've ever found a fossil, it's that he's shitting all over Homo erectuses and the various subspecies that come before us. Nothing like more family values. They love to talk about our ancestors, but then when it actually comes to the people that lived and died to allow us to breathe, just wipe them off the map. Never even existed. But yes, Peking man was instrumental in the foundation of Chinese anthropology. Once again, he's talking about monkey brains. Who knows why, but we'll let him tie his knot himself, and fostered an important dialogue between Western or Eastern sciences for decades to come. Oh my lordy.
Homo erectus. It's a subspecies of them.
And once again, estimates as far back as 700 and 8,000 years ago, but as early as 230,000 years. So once again, $6,000 in your bank account, or $230,000? Which would you like? Which are you listening to? Because one of these guys is a snake oil salesman, and the other is their scientist.
It's not man's ancestor, but man's meal. And the
I love
tool
how he really did like that graphic. Like, he had to use it multiple times. He got all excited that it's a GIF. It's a GIF. It's a brains until he really started doing all these dog whistles are kind of cool. You could be talking about consciousness.
Who is that? I think it was someone on SFT's channel. They're because early humans used to eat the Australopithecines, so we couldn't have obviously evolved from them because humans were eating them. But it just goes back to that concept of like that missing link idea being outdated, this linear progression of one species directly evolving into another, when it's much more like a
doesn't work like that,
like a flowing tree. So yeah, humans and they did exist at the same time, and they were in a way and it's a little bit of both. Things are not so simple and linear as
and I have to ask, I know it's always unfair when I have the microphone and someone's in chat, but I'm still interested. Sea Science, if you're listening, what I want to know is, do you not believe in evolution because of religion? And if evolution was proven to you, would you therefore not believe in a God? I'm just interested. Sending love to all of our theist brothers and sisters, even the creationist ones. But yeah, we're moving through. We're going to try and get us into a short open mic if we can. But we're moving through here. We're having fun. We've finally into the apes, though. He's been giving us lots of straw
He keeps going back to this monkey brain thing that he's really triggered by.
Yeah. Found were the ones used to bash in the skulls to eat the brains of the monkey. That's it. And it had to be human. You really honestly think that the monkeys were sitting around some Saturday afternoon? Hey, Bob, what do you want to do? I don't know, Earl, what do you want to do? Hey, let's grab rocks and beat our brains in. It's ridiculous.
Hey,
and that's
stone this person for picking up sticks on the wrong day. Let's go grab some rocks and beat his brain in.
Makes sense.
Oh,
no, it makes total sense.
God said to, the creator of the universe said it was a good idea, so hey.
And I mean, even here's a picture of, what seems to be one of our ancestors holding a rock. So holding even one of our older ancestors.
Your great grandfather with your great grandfather. Has to be grandfather because
not grandmother.
The rocks have to be gendered.
Exactly.
Only male rocks.
Better not. Don't let me hear you doing anything but male rocks.
He rocks and no she rocks.
Well, it reminds me of the fantastic movie just recently came out. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. I feel like I'm getting the title wrong. I'm paraphrasing it, but there was a scene where. Because it's a film, I think, spoiler alert, possibly, just go like this, blah, 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 blah. But there's a scene in it because it's a film about the multiverse. And so at a certain point, the characters get transported into a universe that is not suitable for life. And so it's just a very calm conversation between rocks. And... but it just reminds you that, life probably didn't have to be suitable here. And even then, it's a very small band of the universe that could even have life.
I can say it, if I can say it. For 20 years, this guy, we'll just call him Rama, was considered one of man's ancient ancestors. And again, on the basis of find something complete, no. They found some teeth and some jaw remnants. That's it. All right.
Oh, what
The
if
guy's
you
good
found a
imagination.
god?
He was included
Anything?
in millions of textbooks. He was even in Time Life volumes on human evolution for proof, right? In fact, a
And I
detailed
agree.
reconstruction
Probably
of his whole
most. So, unless you live in the United States, then it's probably 50-50. But hey, we are trying to build that number because we just like team science. That's really what it's all about.
whole body, walking upright, was constructed, mind you, only from jaws and teeth.
Oh,
Again, you got to be pretty good at that.
Let me
But
get
they're
my
pretty good at
harpoon
that. They get
launcher.
paid a lot of money for this, apparently. And if that wasn't bad enough, fossil findings in Turkey in 1980, in
Dude.
Pakistan
it looks so chill right now.
1982 proved that Ramapithecus represented extinct kind
Probably
of
was
monkey
talking to a
that
burning
closely
bush.
resembled the orangutan. That's it. Had nothing to do with
Many
mankind.
evolutionists
Orc man.
believe in
That's right.
this.
And this creature was found in a Spanish town called Orc. Joey, I'm gonna hate more gum. So anyway,
What
he
are we
was hailed
talking
the
about?
oldest fossilized human remains ever found in Europe.
Lordy.
Man, this has
It
got to be an
just
exciting
gets-
find, okay? In fact, these scientists said the skull belonged to, listen to this, 17-year-old man who lived 900,000 to 1.
Originally, I almost thought that said the Orchid Man.
The orchid.
Different,
Spread,
different
whatever.
business.
So, and they even made a very detailed drawing of what this guy would have looked like. As you could see, the proof right there. Well, check it out. 1 year later, they admitted that the skull fragment wasn't even human. It was from a 4-month-old donkey. There's your orchid.
Oh, it's a quote from a creationist text. Okay.
Oh, I see.
Man. Can you believe that? And that's your proof? It's nuts, okay? A couple more here and we'll close. Lucy. Got to deal with this. We've talked about this before, but let's deal with it again. Okay, Lucy is one of the biggest finds universally accepted as mankind's supposed ancestor. She was discovered in 1974 in Dar Valley, Ethiopia. That's a reconstruction supposedly of her, right? Bunch of baloney. By this guy, Donald Johansson. Now, he named it Lucy after the Beatles song, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, LSD. Gives you a clue, whatever. And as the story goes, I hear he was this close to running out of time for grant money. And all of a sudden, hey, look what I found. But anyway, let's deal with the facts. However, when the bones were studied by a spectrograph, okay, they actually matched a chimpanzee rather than a man. Oops. Okay, but that's the tip of the iceberg. What scatter bones they did find were assembled from totally different locations, just like the other example, except this was way further than 50 feet.
Okay,
The knee
so
joint-
hold on. Okay. So, See Science Film is saying, would you like to compare the remains of Lucy of modern humans and ape remains? I'm looking up here, and all I can say is, why does this look so human? Why does this look so human?
And you have to think about, like, 'cause I actually, when I was doing my research for my Ken Hofen debate, like, between Lucy and us would have been 128,000 generations. The entire course of human history, recorded history, is about 250 generations. We're talking an incredibly long amount of time for these tiny variations to add up. It's easily conceivable.
And I want to ask C Science, he said he spent a lot of time into that. What is the point of that, though? Because those look ridiculously human to me.
They're not exactly human, but Lucy lived like 2 million years ago. What do you expect?
Yeah, I like that is. I want to know, what is that supposed to? I struggle. I really do. I don't want to straw man you. So Lucy, AL2881, commonly known as Lucy, is a collection of several hundred pieces of fossilized bone representing 40% of a female of the hominin species Australopithecus furnus. In Ethiopia, assembly is also known as Dinkish, which means you are marvelous in Aramaic. Lucy was discovered in 1974 in Africa. And what I really, once again, what I would like to point out, the main thing about all these, the Lucy specimen is an early Australopithecine and is dated to about 3.2 million years. Did we hear that? Million. In fact, if you want to hear me on loop, million years.
See, you would expect there to be significant differences, but
I mean, that's the whole
could be a
point, is
lot
that
of-
the
you
differences.
could see a lot of similarities too.
Exactly. I mean, if they looked 100% like our bones, they would be human bones. But the point is that they're not our bones, and they look ridiculously like our bones. That would be my point that I do not understand. And found even more complete fossils.
Yeah, they have found several
See
examples
science. I'm sending
more
love.
complete.
I'm just trying to understand. I really am. James and I are not politically correct. We're squishy. You hear a lot of maybe in the moderate sense liberal values, but we're just secularists, humanists, naturalists, trying to use science to figure out what's going on. And I just don't get it. Claim is that Lucy appears to be a conglomeration of human and ape remains. I don't think that is what appears to be. I know this is, but I mean, is the claim that other apes just don't look like us? And if so, why are so many humans able to forage? Why do they use apes as the foraging point and not lizards? You get what I'm saying? Why? It almost would seem like they share a lot of similarities like us. What is up, Rouse? Says Lucy was a wild animal. Well, I mean, we are animals.
We are all animals. We're all wild.
How wild we are depends on if we're in spring break or not, but we are all animals.
Secularist gone wild. The new pay-per-view.
He found that he said was Lucy was 1.5 miles away from the rest of the skeleton and was labeled in National Geographic as Lucy's knee. As one guy said, how fast was that train going when it hit that monkey?
Oh my.
Yes, you gotta be kidding.
Ow,
Right?
oh,
But Donald never
don't
corrected
pew
him.
pew.
Okay.
Just
and then
anywhere.
he said he thought, well, Lucy was
Gotta keep
becoming a
your
human
safety
due to the
on.
fact that an ape has a straight femur in their leg, okay? But Lucy's knee was angled to the side like a human's, okay, which is true. Although monkeys that walk on ground do have a straight femur, monkeys that climb in trees have what? Angled femur, whoop-de-doo-dah. So all this showed is that she was a tree-climbing monkey as opposed to one that walked on the ground. Had nothing to do with humans. And if that wasn't bad enough, the St. Louis Zoo put up a display of Lucy with human feet on her, and guess how many foot bones they found?
18.
None. Pure propaganda. That's the actual photo. They made her on purpose with their imagination to look just like a human. That's their best evidence.
Just like
it turns out Lucy is a tree climbing monkey. Some feel there's still
You can tell that, but I still don't understand the claim, because it'd be like you can tell that they were able to get away with it because they used an ape, and an ape looks so similar to a human. Yeah, that's what we're saying. That's what we are originally saying.
Live today in Sumatra down near Vietnam. Has nothing to do with man.
Where the gnomes are?
A couple more and we're going to end. Rhodesia man, this is hilarious. Rhodesia man was found in what is now called Zimbabwe.
End, ladies and gentlemen. This is the end game. It was considered to be the first early human fossil found in Africa. Well, wait a second. I have to share this with you. Share this with us.
Okay.
This is your teeth.
Okay, fine.
This is your teeth on chicken. You knew I had to say it, right? I couldn't pass that up. All right, but anyway.
This is your teeth on chicken? Did I hear that correctly? I'm not even sure what the joke is.
Someone who smoked a lot of meth, he's showing us meth mouth. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it. Hold on. I really let's do him dad joke honors. Let me try that one more time.
Found in Africa. Well, wait a second. I have to share this with you.
Okay. James was right. Please don't.
This is your teeth. This is your teeth on chicken.
What?
You knew I had to say it, right? I couldn't
No, I
pass that
didn't
up.
know you had to
All right, but
say
anyway,
it.
I digress.
Why?
Let's move
Get the
on.
monkey brain.
Paleontologists
Wait,
discovered this Rhodesian man.
Why digress? Why does chicken make your teeth like this? Fried chicken, grilled chicken, baked chicken,
Meth infused chicken.
chicken nuggets, chicken fingers, chicken sandwich. What? How is it? I'm a little. That really
too
just
deep.
opens up more questions than it does answers. But okay, moving forward. See the season.
Okay, but they said, wait a second, something's weird here. You brought us to us. You say this is
We're
a missing
sending
link,
love to all of our
but we look at
theist
the
brothers
thing and
sisters.
it's got tooth decay. Remember, this is supposed to be way back, and so they were having a hard time.
What this shows is that you should brush your teeth and then also see a twice a day, and also see a dentist once to twice a year to remove tartar.
Now, I don't think it's any secret that before the modern era, when we had access to dental products and dentists, that
A dental plan. Simpsons
Toothbrush,
did it first.
mouthwash,
I'm sorry, you can continue.
access to a dentist, that people often died from before antibiotics, when you would get a oral infection.
Yep.
The toothache that goes untreated becomes an infection and spreads, and that was the sad state of human affairs for quite a long time.
Thousands of years.
Yeah.
Understand, how could this disease of modern civilization have attacked this supposed prehistoric man?
Wait, you think
I didn't have
tooth
Snickers
decay just became a thing in the modern era?
That was basically something weird's going on. The second
I'm
problem
sorry,
was,
what?
if that wasn't bad enough, two very odd holes were found in the side of the skull, one over here, one over here, and it caused experts even greater problems. As it turns out, Professor Mayer of Berlin said they look like the entry and exit holes of a modern-day bullet. Okay, and what happened, folks, was it was actually the remains of a female gorilla. Somebody shot it in the head. Bullet came out here at the tip. Can you believe that? Absolutely crazy. But the latest one, and we'll finish.
It is. It's like super crazy. Because what? Oh. Homo rondacinus is a species, a name proposed by Arthur Smith Woodward to classify Kabwe. Kiwi. This fossil is so kiwi. Broken Hill skull, also Rhodesian man. A Middle Stone Age fossil recovered from a cave at Broken Hill. In 2020, the skull was dated how old? 324,000 to 274,000.
Oh, you mean not with a modern firearm? Not shot with a modern firearm?
Nope. And other similar older specimens also exist. My.
That looks exactly like what you would expect if you shot someone with a pellet gun. Does not look like any wound that would have been caused by a modern firearm.
To My Man. Have you heard of that? That's, this has been exposed. But no, we found another one. You keep digging. We found another one. It's called To My Man. And let's take a look at that one.
In 2001, a fossil.
I hope they created this. I'm very highly. Once I hear sound, I'm like, what?
Fossil skull found in Chad electrified the world's scientific community. Nicknamed Tumai, this creature supposedly lived when the human and chimp lineages allegedly split, making it the oldest human ancestor ever found. The leader of the team that made the discovery confessed, "It's a lot of emotion to have in my hand the beginning of the human lineage. I have been looking for this for so long. I knew I would one day find it, so it's a large part of my life." But not all scientists accept this conclusion. For instance, Dr. Bridget Sennett of the Natural History Museum in Paris dismissed the skull as a mere female gorilla. With such conflicting opinions about the same skull, it does make you wonder. Perhaps the skull's discoverer let his emotion and desire for discovery obscure his interpretation of the evidence.
No, they wouldn't do that, would they? Yeah, that's what every example of what they would do. Okay?
Once again,
what they have done. Okay?
Having trouble
how many guys would say when you take a
classifying
look at the
skulls with other
evidence,
apes, huh?
somebody really is trying to make a monkey out of us, right? And how many guys would say you would have to be a Neanderthal to believe them?
I also like how, once again, he opened up this with like, we look down on Neanderthals. Did you know that? And then he sets up a Neanderthal joke. Once again, we are comedians here. Not hating, just Norm is right back there in the back of my head calling out hypocrisy.
This is just like he's trying to poke holes in a couple of like examples that he thinks are wrong, but he's ignoring the huge volumes of evidence that we do have that is not controversial. All the bones of the hominids that we do have that are more complete than the ones he's even talking about. Or even if you find, you might not find a complete copy or a complete skeleton of one, but you can find multiple individuals that overlap, and you can actually find an entire animal, even if you don't find it all in one spot.
And it's funny you say that. I just want to send a shout out to Senator Cato. I actually have a Bernie Sanders doll thing that we had up here, but we weren't sure because we always want to try and match people's comments. So
where do you say that? There you go. You got the Bernie doll.
Senator Cato. I was looking for it. He's around here somewhere, but everything. I was moving and grooving.
I'm partial to Bernie. I like me some Bernie.
We're all feeling the burn, baby. But we are.
House of Comments. There he goes.
Bones are social construct. No, bones are real, indeed. Indeed.
Okay, based on forgiveness. Okay, so much so, folks, that these things just keep spreading, man. They keep coming up with all these supposed evidences,
right,
you know. But that's right. With my keen scientific eye, I was able to discover that one of the latest evidences that they have said, oh no, we have actual photographic proof of a real live ape turning into a real live man. Okay, let's take a look at it.
No,
don't be fooled, but let's deal with the facts.
That's an unscientific statement.
If this proves evolution, let's take a look at these photographs. Okay, ape turning into a man. Let's take a look. Okay, here's the first photograph. Let's see if we can make this happen here.
Oh yeah, I could feel this coming. Oh
no! Wow! I guess they won. I guess there is proof for evolution, Tom. I tell you. Now, hey, I know it's so tempting and not to get political, but believe it or not, that is just former.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were at a time warp from the 90s. I was just checking.
President Bill Clinton, and those photos were doctored. Okay, don't be deceived.
Oh, were they?
Okay. But seriously, folks, if you think that was funny, believe it or not, it's so bankrupt, this whole missing link thing. Even the evolutionists in their own camp admit it. That they want so bad to find this missing link that they make anything a missing link. Okay, this is from their own camp, by the way. Okay, this is from anthropologist Dr. Tim White. Here's what he said. He says the problem with a lot of anthropologists is they want so much to find a hominid that any scrap of bone becomes a hominid bone. And that's exactly what we saw. Right? Okay. T.L. Moore, he said this: the more one studies paleontology, the more certain one becomes that evolution is.
See, science, I heart you. I see more. I'm trying to understand this. And I'm playing it because you gave me permission, basically. But human sacrum. Notice there are 2 sets of 4 holes in a human sacrum. Lucy's sacrum. Chimpanzee sacrum. As you can see, Lucy appears at a fully formed sacrum. Is that supposed to mean that Lucy is closer to a modern human? I'm not sure what that's supposed to prove.
He's saying she's a collection of human and ape bones, so the sacrum bone would be from a modern human, but her femurs would be from an ape or something. I think that's what he's trying to say.
I struggle to not see. To me, when you're trying to say I don't see the similarities between humans and apes, to me, you are fighting against what is the obvious information. Maybe not you personally, but I don't understand. Like, help me understand. I asked. I still want to
Help us
know.
help you.
Like, yes, exactly. Is one of the main reasons that you don't believe in evolution for a god? That's really what I would like to know. Because I think it's a focal point. Mark Reed says, and yeah, the femur looks human. Help me out here. The Australopithecine sacrum is more curved than an extant chimpanzee, but not as curved as a modern human. Yeah, it's almost like it's halfway between. Exactly.
Almost. You'd almost think that if you didn't know better because you read the Bible.
Based on what? Faith
What?
alone. Wait a second. I thought we weren't supposed to have religion in schools.
We're not.
It really doesn't mean
not.
that. It really means just get Christianity out.
By continued
They
use
teach
of using
witchcraft
religion
and
negatively.
New Age and about every other religion on the sun except for Christianity. Anthropologist E.A. Houghton said this: from a Neanderthal skull, listen, an artist can fashion the features of a chimpanzee or what? Philosopher. You can make it look like anything you want. And that it is, quote, not wise to put your faith in the reconstructions. This
Not
is
wise
non-camp.
to have faith.
Saying it's a bunch of baloney. Lord Zuckerman, he's a British anatomist. He said this: if man evolved from an ape-like creature, there is not even a trace of such evidence in the fossil record.
Well, if he says it then.
So why do you keep it in the textbooks? And Miles Eldridge, listen, this is a big guy. He said, quote, we paleontologists have said that the history of life supports the story of gradual adaptive change, all the while really knowing that it what? It does not. So why do you do it?
Sounds like a quote.
Because that's the best you got. You got a theory that's completely bankrupt, okay? And it doesn't even hold up. So your best evidence is stories made up. I'll translate that for you. Lies.
And we would hate stories made up and lies because, James, did you know that a book said a thing? I don't know if you knew that.
And when in talking about ancient religious texts written, well, adopted by the Judeo-Christian culture, it's best to take those ancient books and just believe them on faith alone.
Exactly.
Other ancient books from other religions, no. Those are not true. You don't even read them because you could just, offhand that they're not true.
They're not true Scotsmen, I mean Christians.
If it's from the Judeo-Christian lineage of, you know that's automatically going to be true because God said so.
Exactly.
Before, but I like the one tactic, the one guy, he says, hey, listen, I'm not even advocating, I don't think it'd be a bad thing, I'm not even advocating getting the Bible back into schools. I'm not even advocating getting prayer back into schools.
Cool, evolution.
Again, I don't think it's a bad thing. He says, all I'm advocating, could you please take out the known lies that are being taught to the kids in school?
Sure.
And you know why they don't want to get rid of the known lies? Because if you get rid of the lies, and they've actually said this, well, what are we going to have to prove evolution?
I'm sure that's what they said.
This is how bankrupt it is, folks. And this is what gets me, is when you see the church today trying to meld the two together. What?
Ooh, taking a pot shot at theistic evolutionists.
Okay? And in fact, folks, believe it or not, Martin Luther warned us. The great reformer, you guys heard of him? Reformer. He warned us centuries ago what would happen.
And I have to ask, see science, I'm waiting for that answer on both those questions, but I also would like to know if you have a proposition, a theory, a model for your own proposition. If you are presenting something or you just don't believe in evolution. Because I would say James and I's argument is the creationist model is what we call the poof model of creation.
Magic.
If you believe in magic.
You took God out of our education. Listen to what he said. We should have listened to him a long time ago. He said, I am much afraid that schools will prove to be the great
Martin
gates
Luther
of hell
was a big
unless they diligently labor in explaining the scriptures. You know, like...
Okay. Okay, but how? How are they different than apes? Like, or other apes, I would say. Like, in what ways? I feel like a we went to the moon argument is coming, but I'm open-minded.
We used to in our country. Engraving them in the hearts of youth. I advise no one to place
sure,
his
that's not a
child where the
model.
scriptures
I
do
do
not
wanna
reign
know a
paramount. Every institution in which men are not increasingly occupied with the word of God must
Martin Luther
become corrupt.
he was a
Man,
religious
he was-
fundamentalist. Of course, he thought
Yeah.
How many guys would say the reason why we're seeing such moral decay, the reason why we were seeing people so flippantly take lives, the reason why we're seeing such ungodliness is because we didn't listen to him.
because we realized there was
And
no
our
God.
school and our society has
Yeah.
been turned into
So maybe we shouldn't follow a God's arbitrary rules since he's not real.
what you believe determines how
Does
you
not
behave.
exist.
Why are we so shocked when our world has become so ungodly when you lie to kids and tell them there is no God? Okay?
That's not
But
what
you might be
they're
thinking, okay,
doing.
well, that's the ape-man thing, the missing link. And so obviously there's no proof that we evolved from an ape. Okay. It's a bunch of baloney. But what about the evolution of animals, period? I mean, doesn't evolution say, oh, no, we got proof.
Yeah,
We
what
got,
about them?
mutations, vestigial
We
organs,
do.
natural
Yeah.
selection, all that stuff.
Yeah,
We
all of
know that life has evolved. What about all that stuff? Well, Mickey, thanks for asking. Lord willing, we'll have to get to that next week. Let's go ahead and let's pray. Well, hi, this is Pastor Billy Crone of Sunrise Baptist Church and Get a Life Ministries. And I hope you enjoyed today's study.
Hi, Billy.
Woo-hoo! And all right, I think that is
we need
going
the
to
prayer.
bring us
We need
to our
skip the
natural
prayer.
conclusion.
You guys can watch the rest of the video if you want to hear Billy pray.
That's right, but we have been
Pray for us,
skeptic
Seaside.
and ranting
Seaside.
on the Lie of Ape-Man Evolution, a special creation. We're really only going to have like 10 or 15 minutes. I'll throw the link out there because I do want to give a chance for anyone who would like to join us, especially if you disagree with us.
That's true, Senator Cato. That was execution of heretics was very common back then and in widespread use. And that's kind of like a thing where there was no good guy. It's not like you say, oh, well, the Catholic Church. Yeah, but the Protestants, they did the same thing too. They would burn the Catholics at the stake.
Burn. Yep.
England went through periods where at first when the religion was Catholicism, then the Protestants were burnt. And when
James,
Protestants
we
took
call
over,
that
the Catholics were
interfaith
burned at the
dialogue.
stake. Then when Queen Mary, the Catholic, took over, Protestants were burnt. And then when King James took over, it was just
all around fun
of killing people over their religious beliefs.
But okay, we are going to get people in so that we can go into open discussion. We got 2 people already backstage, some lovely non-believers and heathens. But once again, we want our creationist brothers and sisters to feel like they can come if they have permission.
Pray for a decent
their mistress or
Mark,
master.
please.
No. We don't kink shame anybody. Please come on, come all. We are just trying to figure out the lie of Ape-Man Evolution. And James, I don't know. Do you no longer believe in common ancestry and common descent?
Well, I mean, now that C Science has posted all his evidence, that proof model just keeps looking better and better.
Yeah, just
all the fossils that we have just happen to be deformed humans or deformed apes or conglomerations of both of them. That's just got to be. They all have to be one of those.
But yeah, once again, I'm sending love into there. I can't help it. This is what I mean by views that differ from our own. We do want your thoughts, see science, but I think some of the questions, I don't get response. I get crickets back from creationists when I start asking for mechanisms and the logistics of their own beliefs. I get that you don't believe in evolution, or at least common ancestry, But what are you putting forward? Is it just a
Deformed humans, yeah, deformed apes, yeah.
I'm one of those deformed humans. If you're a fan of this channel, you'll know that. Hey-oh, my genitals.
I wouldn't say you're deformed. You're just you.
No. I'm just me. Exactly.
Just
That's
you.
all we can do. I'm down for some light introspection. Well, come one, come all. We're gonna get our
Not on our
fabulous. It's just not on our sheets. Exactly. Because we're
White
really
cheddar
just looking.
popcorn.
I'll tag and pin that up there in chat, but we are going to move into the open mic so we can get Mark, Reed, and Beamsy in here to tell us what they think of the Lie of Ape-Man Evolution.
And Lucy Sacrum.
Yes, lots of sacrams. That's what the focus of tonight. Woo-hoo! What is up,
Hey,
Mark
Mark.
Reed? Welcome to
Live
our
chat
Skeptic
warrior.
Ranting. That's right. Hope you had fun not only in chat, but with us tonight as we speak about the Lie of Ape-Man Evolution. What are your thoughts about the video, the topic?
The lies.
Such.
Yeah, this was fun. I think I'd heard of Billy Crone before, but I couldn't place him. And when his mark came up, it's like, ugh, yeah, okay. Actually, for most of it, I was involved in an argument chat, so that was interesting. And I there's nothing more I like doing than talking about Lucy's groin. So that's really where it's at. Well, just my thoughts on this video. Just to start off, this is what atheists want you to believe, and even in the chat argument and all throughout it, we get a lot of this, and I don't know why. It's always, this is what atheists believe. I'm going to tell you what you believe, rather than listening to us and saying, hey, I'm going to take what you believe as what you're saying. It's sort of, we believe you are nothing. You came from nothing. Neither of those things I believe. Like, it's just so strange. Instead of you're a special creation and with a special purpose and, special pleading you mentioned, I thought, yeah, that was a good pickup, because it is basically special pleading. It's saying, hey, your purpose isn't good enough. You have to have a special purpose. What does that even mean? It's really, really strange. And the whole thing about, I think, I'm not sure if he mentioned it, but the trial that he was talking about was Kitzmiller versus Dover, which is really famous. That's the one where they basically said intelligent design and creationism is not science. Science follows a specific methodology of observation, hypothesis, sort of peer review. It has a specific set of methodologies that it follows, and they vary. The methodologies do vary, but the problem is that intelligent design and creationism doesn't follow any of those. It doesn't try to falsify itself. It doesn't try to get peer reviewed or repeatability. Like, they don't try to experiment with it and repeat those findings to make sure it's correct. So it doesn't fall into the purview of science and the court. And it's interesting to note that most of the judges were actual theists. They had to conclude that intelligent design and creationism was not science and had no place in the science class. And that's just a result of that trial. But I thought he kind of brushed it off, because it's a really important milestone in the courts as far as coming to objective conclusions. Like, for instance, after the Salem witch trials, where they threw out spectral evidence like visions and dreams and things like that. So it's an important milestone. We shouldn't just sort of go, oh, well, it was a loaded, it was a terrible case and it shouldn't have. No, it was a very important milestone in saying, hey, we're going to define what science is and how it's applied. Very, very important. All of this seemed to be, and a lot of it after that seemed to be, an argument from incredulity. It's just, and the way you were sort of laughing at it, oh, well, they think that this was our ancestor and this is a modern human, haha. It's like, yeah, we get that you're incredulous that this actually happened, but we do actually have a lot of evidence as to the reasons why this happened. The Piltdown Man, that's got to be one of the worst arguments in existence that Lucy or any other skeleton is a forgery or a fake or a conglomeration of different bones. It's a terrible argument. It's basically saying, hey, because this one was fake, it means all the others have to be fake as well. Yep. No. That's like because one banking transaction was fraudulent, all of them have to be fraudulent. No, that's not how that works. We go through and we find the ones that are fraudulent and the ones that are not. And you know, as James pointed out, it was science that felt to be fraud. It was science checking upon its claims that came out to be fraudulent. The whole idea of that's exactly what we. But also has features that are more common to apes. And there's other features of the bones, like the shoulder blades, the skull, the jawline, that are more reminiscent of apes than they are of humans. So you're just looking at one piece and saying, hey, I see, to me, that it looks like this. So believe me when I present my claim. No, not at all. People have examined this, and in your own presentation, it said that the curvature of that bone was not as curved as humans, but was more curved than chimpanzees, like a middle ground between the two. And that's in a scientific paper that has been peer-reviewed by experts. So when you come along and say, hey, well, it looks like to me that this is just a conglomeration of human and ape bones, I'm going to say, well, where are the studies that you've done? Where is the evidence that you're presenting? And when has it been peer-reviewed by experts to make sure you are correct with the things that you are saying? Where is the people backing you up that have a lifetime of study in this area? And unfortunately, you can't even answer of where, that you're just pointing to a YouTube video where you personally don't believe it. And that's an argument from incredulity. You've got no actual facts behind you. You're just incredulous that these things can be a transitional fossil. And that's not good enough for science. Science says you have to produce some form of evidence, publish it, get it peer-reviewed by others, and then they will accept what you are saying, just like they did with evolution. Evolution went through this process. Charles Darwin produced it. It was peer-reviewed. A lot of people pushed back against it. Eventually, the evidence became so overwhelming that it was accepted. And it's the most tested theory in the history of humankind. Evolution has been tested more times than anything else in history, and it has passed every test. So until you can publish something that says, hey, this is why I don't think it's real, and have others look at it and go, yes, I agree, then all you're doing is making claims from a position of incredulity that you personally don't believe it, and that isn't good enough. So I think that's all I'll say about that. But thank you so much for having me on. Thank you, Amy. I know it's been a while since I've seen you, and I do apologize. I've been very busy. But I did catch Peter's debate the other day. I recommend watching it. It's a very interesting one between a young guy called Martin from the Netherlands, I think.
South Africa.
Oh yeah, he was South African. Yeah. No, it was really good. I really enjoyed it. Peter was very good in it, even though his graphics stuffed up at one point. It was very good. So that I heartily recommend that one. Although again, we had things like people taking Darwin out of context. I did look up what this guy was talking about with his T.L. Moore. I think he was talking about L.T. Moore, Lewis T. Moore. He didn't even get the name right. Who said, what did he say? 61.
Oh, come on, Ralph. You don't even believe that.
He said something about the more one studies paleontology, the more certain one becomes that evolution is a matter of faith, kind of thing. It's important to notice that Moore was a physics professor, and he was around, like, he was born in 1870 and he died in 1944. I think he said it in 1925 or so. The more one studies paleontology, the more certain one becomes that evolution is based on faith alone, exactly the sort of faith that is necessary to have when one encounters the great mysteries of religion. More Lewis T., the dogma of evolution. And it's important to note that Lewis T. Moore did accept, in protesting the extension of evolutionary from biology to philosophy, he replied that he accepted evolution as a working hypothesis. So he at least did acknowledge that it was a hypothesis that could be supported. So
he was a philosopher.
Well, he was a professor of physics at the University of Cincinnati.
Okay.
Yeah, so he sort of wore a lot of hats and he was heavily involved in academia, but he was very religious. But the one thing to note, that he wasn't a paleontologist. That's the thing. That in order to use that as a quote that you would expect with some authority, you would probably go to a paleontologist. But instead, he just sort of said, "Oh, yes, I've looked at paleontology, and the more I look at it, the more it is faith," which isn't really good enough, unfortunately. So that's the only quote that I could find, but that one was I pulled from the Taught Origins Quote Mine project. So that shows you where he's coming from. And I was just bringing it up because it sort of compares to Martin when he mine quoted Darwin saying, it seems absurd that the eye could form. And the whole point is, well, it seems absurd, but he goes on to explain exactly how it happened. And that, it seems absurd that the Earth is going around the sun from when you look at it. But just because something seems absurd doesn't mean it isn't actually happening. And Peter did a great job in pointing that out. It was fantastic. But yeah, I'll leave it there. And I really enjoyed this. And I really enjoyed talking to Seascape Films. And yeah, fantastic.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much, Mark. And that's right. You can catch Peter and Martin on our latest episode of Debate Me Bra, in which they talked about, is there good evidence for God? Though you can also find Mark Reed at Modern Day Debate, as well as on an Amy Newman exclusive. Very proud to have Mark on here. Though actually, Mark has his own channel. We need to get that up there too.
I do have my own channel. I'd have to find it. I'm on Modern Day Debate. I seem to be doing flat Earth debates for some reason these days, but that's okay. They're not too bad. It's just
a baby bra on Theocracy.
I'm sorry.
And that's right. You've been in the ring here on Debate Me Bra on Theocracy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'd love to do more debates. I wouldn't mind having a debate against Martin as well. I thought there were a few things I could possibly debate him on, but that's okay. I mean, I'll set up. As I said, I'm pretty busy at the moment, but I'll try to fit in a few more debates and a few more things like that. I did want to go with Randolph for a tag team debate. I think that would be really fun.
That would be fun.
Yeah, I'm trying to set
maybe
that
coming
up.
All right, thank you so very much, Mark. And
thank you.
Woohoo!
Is this how it happened?
Well, and yeah, we also have to remember we also came from rocks, I think, is what they think we believe. So
I got for an amoeba.
But it stopped at frogs. Is that what it's saying? Is it we evolved monkeys, but stopped at frogs? Is that
scientifically? Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Biblically speaking.
I think what is it? Isn't it crocodiles that have been sort of evolutionary? There's been so minor changes over the last million years or so. They've sort of
crocodilians are very similar.
Yeah.
Fossils.
There's certain forms that have been so successful they haven't had a lot of changes to them because they have been so successful at surviving.
They don't need to change.
Right. If they don't need to change, it's sort of just evolution sort of stops at that form, whatever it may be. That might happen to humans. We don't know.
Unless there's a major change in the environment that
Hmm.
makes it not work anymore, then the mutations might be able to accumulate. But yeah,
And
Yeah.
I'm gonna interrupt. Thank you so very much, Mark. We are gonna get Beamsy in, and then I think we're gonna go to outros in a second because we have been skeptic and ranting. This was a long one, especially the
it needed to be done.
yes, the setup, which I apologize. Satan did have to recruit me to sell timeshares in hell, and then this was a longer one in which the Lie of Ape-Man Evolution really took him almost 15 to 20 minutes in his own video to get to
Even
Ape
get
Man.
it to the basic intelligent design 101 arguments.
That was a long one. Yeah.
Also, just so you know, Mark, that is what he or she said.
Hey, you're on mute, Mark.
15 foot or so, I've been told.
Exactly, I've been told about 15 feet.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Keep the
exactly.
wife
Some
happy,
people are saying, what Beamsy, we are skeptic and ranting on the Lie of Ape-Man Evolution because some people seem to be a little bit upset about common ancestry and descent. Hope you're doing well. What are your thoughts about the video, the topic, or anything we're going to talk about tonight?
Mostly on the aspect, it's always has the presentation of they're trying to bring their beliefs into reality when it should be outside of reality. And the aspect of humans are apes. Why don't they use the best example of Ardipithecus, of STW 573 or Littlefoot? 90% complete. I've got a picture up of him as my profile at the moment, and all they're missing is the right foot and the right hand. So they can actually see that he is half gorilla, half human. That's not Lucy. That's Littlefoot. That's a lot more of a complete skeleton. Why would you want to use a partially complete original skeleton when you can use a far more complete specimen?
Yeah, because they can complain about it.
I
Yeah, a far
also
more
think they
complete
only
specimen.
like resources that come from the 70s or back. Not hating on the 70s or the 1949 document that I saw Kent quote today, but yeah.
Well, they did find out Nebraska Man was not true back in 1927. Yeah.
Only one of the hoaxes was able to trick anyone for a period of time, and they were skeptic about it. They said it could be, it might not. Nebraska Man was not. They just went, no.
Piltdown was the one that worked a little bit.
Yeah, because it was very well done, and it was done, and there were creditable people who actually did it. And still to this day, no one knows who did the hoax, but it is a hoax.
It was a well done hoax.
They actually think the author of Sherlock Holmes did it because he lived nearby and he was involved with that sort of stuff, and he did believe in fairies. But the aspects of SDS,
It's not as comical as
573
gnomes. No. We love all of our theist brothers and sisters out there.
Talk about Bubble. Shout out to
What?
Bubble.
Who? What?
Yeah, as it says, it's a fully complete
Doyle?
sacrum, relatively flat and orientated more towards the back than in humans, and the pelvic cavity had an overall platypoid shape, unlike in humans. Though this is debated, when standing, the angle between the sacrum and the lumbar vertebrae was 148 degrees, which is closer to chimps than humans. And chimps has 154, where humans are 118. Yeah, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, he did the Sherlock Holmes. That's who they suspected the Piltdown. But again, there's no real evidence to point exactly of it, and they don't know who actually orchestrated the hoax.
What if I told you it was me?
You're not old enough for that.
Damn it.
used to think like it was a hoax. We know it, and nobody pretends that it wasn't, and nobody thinks Nebraska Man was a legitimate hominid human ancestor.
And actually,
Nebraska Man was down it from the get-go. And
Yeah, I think
person who-
very few people really bought into that anyway.
and what I'm, what I'm gonna do, unless you have a final note, I want to bring us into open discussion, just so we can all talk, because we are gonna head out soon. I know I feel bad. It's such a shorter open mic, because everyone just got on.
Speak for yourself. I'm just getting off.
Oh my! See,
Oh, poor Ralph.
now you talk my language. Also, I have to send. This is an episode of Roots for Atheists. What's wrong with Roots? AKA Who's My Daddy? Yo, you guys call him your father. Like, I don't kink
My
shame
daddy.
nobody, but like the daddy figure is built into the Abrahamic religions. Am I wrong?
Call no man father.
Well,
Daddy.
daddy and son and
Also, I'm gonna do a
Ghost.
magic trick to my hair.
Yeah, he's his own father and his own son and his own ghost.
Mhm,
But he is just one.
mhm, mhm, mhm.
He's all
Don't
three,
understand
and
that.
he's each individual, and he's neither all at the same time.
So, Beamsy, which fossil is that you've put on your thing there?
That's Littlefoot, STW 573.
Is that
Yeah,
that's
I
an
think.
Afarensis?
It's an aphoristic.
Yeah, it is Afarensis. I think that it's just a case of it's not as famous as Lucy. Lucy was the first one we found.
First one, right?
Right. So it had this huge amount of sort of publicity surrounding it. So we'd found things like Homo habilis and Neanderthal man and Cro-Magnon and all these other humanoid, but none that fit into that sort of the so-called missing link so well as Afarenses. And so there was a massive amount of publicity. So I think they go for Lucy because it just simply is the most famous.
It's only the most famous because it actually kept getting brought up over and over and over again. But there are better ones out there. That's why the best way to contradict their arguments is to basically show, look, we have a 93% complete skeleton to look at.
Right.
They want to talk about the one that's 49% complete or 40% complete.
And I mean, it's
only
just
about 13%. It's only fragments.
And for Australopithecus in general, it's not just 2 or 3. We've got like over 300 of them in different various amounts that we've found. So we've got a huge amount of these fossils to draw upon, even if some are obviously incomplete.
And according to the hominid and the brain evolution from the Journal of Human Evolution, we have 5,158 partial fragments and 673 partially complete skeletons.
I didn't realize it was that many. Wow. So I guess my point is that even if but why Lucy? And I just think it's the fossil was found. There was a whole amount of fame behind it. People argued about that one fossil, but they just sort of conveniently ignored every subsequent find because it was just sort of nailing nails in their coffin. They just pretended they didn't exist. They just ignored them. And whenever you bring up the amount of them, the subject just changes. It's just onto something else. And I find that a lot. Whenever you bring up something that really, is convincing, it's just a change of subject. I mean, I encountered it today talking about evolution, and the person just brought up abiogenesis.
And can I also just add that when I started asking questions, which I felt dealt with the root of the problem and not the symptoms, like showing me bones that, in my opinion, if the stream ends, it may be because of a certain amazing and fantastic carnivorous feline being.
The Floridian carnivore.
Exactly.
It's Bast, the Egyptian goddess of cats.
That's right, but they're so adorable. I could see why the Egyptians were like cats. You know what?
Yeah.
Something's going on here.
Well, I mean, they keep down disease and kill rats and other vermin. You know, cats are useful. Always have.
What
been.
is up, Jamie Russell? I mean, I agree. We all came from our parents. We all came from our mom and dads. We should show respect to the people who came before us, and that is our mom, dad, grandfather, grandmother, and all the generations back. But yeah, no, what were you going to say?
I think it all just comes down to they need to construct a straw man, and the least amount of evidence that they can put forwards is it makes it easier for them to burn it down. That's why they can't use things like the latest. They can't use the latest information that's out there. I think the biggest issue with Littlefoot is he was discovered in 1999, and they didn't finish digging him up until 2017.
Wow, that almost sounds like a reference within 5 years, though. So you got to be careful with that, because then you're using credible sources. So I don't know about that.
Well, the actual published paper is from 2021.
Oh, yeah. That just makes it worse, I think.
Yeah, the initial review was January 2019, and then the full analysis was done in March of 2021.
Do you have anything from like 70s, 80s? Yeah, 60s
would be preferable.
40s is really what we aim for on this channel. But
Do you have a quote from someone unrelated to the field from, around 1925 or so?
In fact, if it's about biology, I would like a physicist. If it's about physics, I would like a biologist. If you could just...
Yeah,
that's probably why Kent Haven would never debate me, because I've got both my masters in astrophysics and geology, so he can't do his little gish gallop on me.
I also feel like you just need to email him under that name. Just email him under that one, and you should...
Have you asked? I mean,
as much as I love your channel.
Repetitively.
Oh, really? Okay.
I've sent 4 emails off to spreading false tales.
But can I ask you? Can I just ask you, when you sent those emails, what was the email address? Or you could just give me part of the email address. What was the beginning of the email address?
It was the one with the most subscriptions on it.
It rhymes with Moven, right? I assume.
How'd you guess?
See, once again, we're going back to prophecies, ladies and gentlemen.
Get the response that you're looking for on a debate. Yeah.
But the thing is, they also know who I am on both accounts.
That's me, Jamie.
Yeah, they know I'm both Beamsy and that person at the same time. So.
Oh, they know. Well,
because I've never hidden it.
Jamie says, I just evolved from the guy who said oink oink. It was so science-y. Which reminds me of Minecraft and or bacon. I love bacon. I could not eat bacon if the pig was right next to me, though. Like if I had a pet pig, yes, I both. I get such cognitive dissonance. Like I know there's some people that can sit there and even eat a nice burger in front of like a happy picture of happy cows. I can't even do that, because then I'm just like, oh man. But I will eat the happy. I do love Wendy's. What are we talking about?
Breakfast?
Well, just remember, the cows like actually staying in pairs. So if you ever order a steak, you have to order 2.
Well, that's funny you say so. One of the shopping centers I love to go to, they have fantastic 2-for-1 steak deals. Buy one, get one free.
Of course, they have to keep them together to be happy.
People eating tasty animals.
Well, it's interesting that we have modern domesticated animals that evolved from older animals. Like there was no pig in ancient times; it was wild boar that it evolved from. Same with the modern cow; it evolved from aurochs, which I believe were even mentioned in the Bible as an animal. The aurochs is AUROCHS or something like that. The aurochs.
Dogs.
The dogs came from wolves, sure.
Exactly. Well, not only did dogs come from wolves, but there is a missing. Speaking of missing link, there's a dead species in between as the intermediate. Oh, excuse me.
Well, and he even brought up kinds. I forgot about that. He brought up the old kinds that we never have any explanation what it means. So he even brought that up in this video. You know, he quoted a Bible verse saying they brought forth after their kinds kind of thing. And it's just like, well, we never have a definition of that. There's never any specific categorization of these animals into any kinds. And, you know, obviously the challenge is out there for some theist somewhere by some miracle to bring forth the classification system that is repeatable and representative and, you know, covers all their bases of the kinds. And they never do. Phylogeny challenge.
That's the biggest issue that they have, because science now use phylogeny and not the old taxonomical rankings.
Linnaean, wasn't it?
Yeah, Linnaean. But it's still just a taxonomic ranking. Sorry.
Well, you know, if ever a theist did present his thing of a kind, another theist would come forward to argue against it, you know, because they don't have that sort of objectives. I mean, there's even arguments in science today over which clade something belongs to and what, you know, how the phylogeny works. That's the nature of science. It's disagreement. And I thought it was funny because when we're talking about Lucy, some theists say, oh, Lucy's actually a human, just, you know, sort of doctored to look like a bit like, and some of them go, no, it's just a monkey like this guy. So we had one guy in the video arguing that, hey, it's just Lucy's just monkey bones kind of thing. And we had one guy in chat saying that it's identical to humans. So
I agree.
You've got theists arguing, and it just shows the intermediary nature of this particular fossil. That half the people will argue that it's an ape, and half will argue that it's a human. It's kind of both. It's a transitional
intermediate.
Well, it is an intermediate, but I mean, when I say transitional, every species is transitional. We're always changing, and everything's transitional.
And what I think we could say scientists mean by that is that we only get so many things as fossils. So we use that as a timestamp of an intermediate species, because there was no animal that gave birth to a different kind of animal. It was always the exact same species. It's just when you look at it on larger time frames and you're able to pick out different species, you're able to see the differences and the similarities. And I do want to say the one thing that I keep on asking, which I thought, you know, I'm sending heart to what was Seaside by the Seashore. Every time Sea Science, I ask, like I said, questions that I think would get to the root, like, you know, is this what you base your religious views are? And if you changed it, would you then start to not believe in God? They don't answer. They just keep on critiquing in their own. But hey, we're about to have a theist, and this is
a bona fide creationist.
Like, I was just saying behind stage, we are going to be on for like another
just a few
20 minutes or so. We were going to have fun. We are talking about the Lie of Ape-Man Evolution. We are bringing on Jamie Russell. In fact, what is up, Jamie Russell? We are talking the Lie of Ape-Man Evolution. In fact, some would even say we are skeptic and ranting. I hope you are doing fantastic. And what are your thoughts about the video, the topic, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Yeah, it seems like it's pretty scant evidence, don't you think? I mean, do you guys feel really strong about that?
For common ancestry?
Yeah, like that these fossils they find are surely transitional. It just seems like anytime I read anything about it, it's every discovery like totally rewrites the way they understand it. So it just seems really loose, I guess I would say.
Well, our knowledge updates all the time. So science is rarely static in sort of going, well, this is how it is, and it's never going to change, kind of thing. But we kind of narrow our understanding of a discipline like paleontology. People will present different ideas and will accept some, but I think the evidence for evolution, if you consider paleontology, you consider DNA and sort of genetic studies, and just all of the evidence that's been combined is quite frankly really overwhelming to me, at least.
Well, I agree with you on the, it's not static. I actually have criticism of, both sides for that, because I think people take things as facts that aren't facts a lot of the time. And I don't mean that just in one direction, but I usually say evolution's true, even though I'm a young earth creationist. I think, I don't try to say evolution isn't true. I would just say, and I don't just mean microevolution necessarily, but it seems like there's other factors that are kind of shown to be the case, and it's not as I'm not really making any point here, I guess. But
can I?
Well, I just had something to say as well after you, Amy. Sorry.
Sure. So we'll do both of those things, and then I want to get James Wolfe in, and then we'll go back to open conversation. My question to you is: many of our episodes deal with atheism versus theism, but I'd say this particular episode is just about evolution and common ancestry and descent. And so the line could be drawn much more openly. And, I hate to say that you're on our team in this episode, but I would say everything that you've been saying, it sounds like you're saying, hey, look, I believe in God, but I believe in evolution. You don't even have to sell me on the macro. And all I have to say to that is, sounds good to me. Team science. That's really
evolution doesn't disprove a God. Like, it doesn't say, hey, because evolution is happening, because it doesn't explain the origin of life itself. That's completely separate. And you could sort of go, well, that's the evolution of the galaxy and whatever. It's not what's commonly understood by people saying evolution, because usually they mean biological evolution. It only concerns itself. Common descent, right. It only concerns itself with the changes that happen over time. So this whole thing of, well, things change over time. That's sort of, and when you were talking about facts earlier, it's like, well, yeah, generally a fact is agreed on. You can interpret that in a number of different ways, but it is a fact that, things do change over time. Every dog breeder will be able to tell you that if you breed dogs with similar traits, you will breed that into it, and that's just change over time. Allele frequency is changing over time. The misconception here is that microevolution, these small changes within, say, a genus, are the same as are different than macroevolution, which is the change of one species to another. That's not a different thing. It's just a term of scale that they're using. It's like saying something happening, on a local level. Just say you've got an internet system, and what's happening on a local level is different than what's happening on a global level. No, the way that things route is exactly the same. It's just on a different scale. So it's the same process, only on a much, much larger scale for macroevolution. So, but I can understand that it's hard to grasp macroevolution, like things happening on a large scale, because the time frames that are involved are just massive. But there's a lot of evidence to suggest that's exactly what's happening. Sorry, go ahead, Amy.
Oh no, Jamie, if you want to have a response, all I ask is don't.
sure.
If it's a question, just wait until after we get James in. So if you want to have a comment, though, tell me, and that'll be.
Let me just say, I didn't mean to say. I don't think I get if the time scales are what you would say, and some of the the common ideas about evolution, about how it happened. If that's the case, and there was a lot of time, I still struggle with seeing that making a lot of sense. But I get the point of you're talking the same kind of things over long time scales. So, like, I get that. I just think there's just certain things that when we look at the things that happen in evolution, all the degeneracy of that we've cataloged, and haven't even cataloged all the genetic diseases and problems. It just seems like, to me, it's a hard problem to overcome. And then I would that's fine. That's it.
Well, no, I want to ask you a question,
Oh, sure.
but I feel like I should resist the temptation.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
But
I wanted to.
Then we won't get James. Let me just get. I want to show. To be continued. I do want to show. Did my thing restart? Where's all my comments? Blue, 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 blue. Basically, James was saying, why do Jews, ex-Jews, people who speak a lot of Yiddish, why do we love bacon? And it's because we're naughty girls and boys. That really just has to.
Forbidden fruit of bacon. Look, I used to know a Muslim guy who used to hide salami sticks under his bed so his parents wouldn't find them.
Oh my!
My background says not to eat it, and I do like it, and so it's a temptation for me.
Yeah.
Woo-hoo. That's right. You've heard it here, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't tell.
Help.
We won't tell on you, Jamie. Come on. We won't tell Smokey.
So our secret, Jamie. No worries.
James Wolfe, what is up? We are Skeptic and Ranting on the Lie of Ape-Man Evolution. In fact, we were told it was a special creation, but I hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts about the video, the topic, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
You're on mute, mate.
But I do it once a podcast, so that's okay. I'll do jazz hands in the meantime. Oh, he's coming back.
He'll be back. Can I ask a quick question to everybody?
Sure.
Yeah.
Just don't give the answer right away in case I want to see if everybody gets it. Okay, so don't overthink it here. If you put $1 in a bowl, and then every 10 minutes you put half as much in there as is in there, or how much you put in there the last time, every 10 minutes, half as much. How long till you get $2?
You're reducing it. How long until you get more money?
So yeah, then
that sounds like a genetic entropy joke that you're trying to get us to.
It's not. It has nothing to do with that. But
okay,
if it's half as much the next time, and then 10 minutes later half as much as the last time, and then the next 10 minits half as much the next time, how long till you get $2? If you put $1,
it's a representation of the impossibility of infinity.
Yeah, I mean it's.
Well, see, I thought
$1, then 50 cents the next time, 25 the next time.
But guys, can I just freeze you? You guys are thinking Zeno's paradox. It's not like that. He's saying how much until you get more money, but it's going the wrong direction. If it's going down, it's never going to hit.
No, you're adding.
No. You're adding 50% of the amount that's already in there. So if you've got $1, your first iteration you're going to have 50 cents.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah, how long till you have $2? If every 10 minutes you put half in as much as you put in before, you start with $1. 10 minutes later, 50 cents. 10 minutes later, half of that. Just not the total, but what you put in the last time. How long till you have $2?
That's what I mean.
The answer is never.
Yeah.
That's why I told you it's the same aspect of the impossibility of infinity.
So may I ask how that's related to evolution? I'm not grasping.
You reminded me of it when you said it's hard to grasp, and I think this is a good example. Sometimes, like if you're clear-headed, you'll realize it, but sometimes that takes a second to kink in. I thought it was an interesting example.
But I'm not sure what the.
I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just.
Okay.
What is up, Marshall? Well, and I feel bad just because I didn't understand what you were saying, so I feel bad. But let's get James in here. Woo-doo-woo-woo. I will get this to work.
Yay!
James Wolfe, we're still not hearing you though. I feel bad.
I don't
Is it
hear
not
anything.
me?
I'm sorry, mate.
Great facial expressions.
He's
though.
faking it.
Wow.
This is conspiracy stuff.
He's trying though.
I know. I feel so bad. Oh, mate, I really want to hear your voice. I really do. I mean, I could just like sort of make up words and just try to.
He's got to sound like Michael W. Smith or something.
Oh, mate, check which microphone you're maybe using, because sort of StreamYard sometimes resets your microphone. So if you've got sort of settings down the bottom, you should be able to.
I should have asked him
audio
about
see what
settings.
microphone you're using.
But we
Yeah,
have
I don't
10
know.
more minutes. If you want to
Sometimes
join
I-
our open mic. Sorry, Mark.
No, that's okay. I've gone back into technical support mode. I'm like, help desk. This is help desk. How may I help you?
Do you guys look at some of the better, or do you even bother looking at some of the better creationist arguments? I mean,
Sure.
there is some interesting things that have come out, I think, about
There's an easy joke in there.
Sure.
I'm going to
Entropy.
try and not make it.
genetic entropy seems like a problem that no one's.
No, it
Yeah.
doesn't, because it's outright bullshit.
Well, that's what I was about to say a bit more diplomatically. Some of the best arguments are based upon faulty premises. Like they would be good, except like genetic entropy isn't actually a thing.
The guy who figured it out used published literature, and they had him speak at the NIH, so they must mean something.
Well, sure, it means something, but the paper that I'm generally referred to about genetic entropy, it's got two different ways they could get around the problem of genetic entropy. And creationists like to say, oh, that hasn't been proven. It's like, no, it hasn't, but there are two possible ways they could go about it. So,
Do you mind giving me those or in synopsis?
I don't recall. I have to pull up the paper, but it
Okay.
does go into two different ways that this wouldn't be a problem, and we just don't know enough about it to say, is this happening, or should our genetic sequence be? I believe that's what you're referring to when you mean degeneracy. Is that what I'm getting?
Well, that's just, I mean, to me, what it seems it's not that difficult of a thing to grasp. It's like the concept anyway, but I'm just talking about Sanford's published work on it.
And it was reviewed, and it was shown
Yeah.
that the misrepresentation of it was because.
Yeah, I'll give you. Let me grab the. I'll grab the citation.
And I will tell you where the misrepresentation is. The misrepresentation comes from the assumption of the constant accumulation of genetic mutations at the rate of 3 per generation, which is only exclusive to the Y chromosome. If they actually come into the aspect, the population genetic mutation rate is only 1 per 50 generations, and that is a proven fact.
If it's what, 1 in 50 for what? 1 every 50, you say?
Population-wise, it's approximately 1 per 50 generations.
Well, that's what it would have to be to fit the model, but the evidence.
Not the model. You're looking at it the wrong way. This is what has been shown through populations, not through assumptions.
No, the 3 per generation is done through empirical 3 generations that are alive right now by testing grandmother, a daughter, and a granddaughter. 1 in 50. How would you even test that?
Again, you were wrong there by pointing out that the females, they would only have 1 at most, because the only ones that actually have the 3 mutations.
I just
per
meant to
generation
give the
is the
example
Y
of 3
chromosome.
living people in the 3 generations. And I misspoke there. I'm just saying, yeah.
Yes, but the aspect of what you're trying to do is make a difference between pedigree and population genetic rates. That is where the assumptions on his behalf are actually wrong.
Well, you can empirically test 3 generations that are living in our time right now. 50 generations you can. I'm asking you how you derive that data with more certainty than the empirical way that you can do it right now in live, like by testing three generations that are alive right now. It has
been done through the mutation rates of fruit flies. It's been done through the mutation rates of rodents. It's been done through the mutation rates of up to 10 generations within humans.
Well, yeah. Well, they have a different they have a different genetic genome. So I mean,
not necessarily. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
The whole point of actually using
we
something
don't know how
is
many
using
generations
something.
of rats, though. The point is, I'm just saying that I don't even know what you're saying. Like, the point of that, what you're saying is to refute what I'm saying. It doesn't refute it. We can test humans, and you can't. That doesn't. The difference between the Y chromosome and humans totally detaches it from other animals that are supposed to be our like recent common ancestors or cousins or whatever. And that's a problem.
But how would you know that? Because the only Y chromosome that's actually been successfully mapped is the humans, and only the male specific.
Because we can compare the difference between on that aspect of it with our so-called cousin that's living, and we look at it, they're so different that.
And you butted in before I'd finished.
It doesn't fit. That's all I'm saying.
What I'm saying is, what I tried to point out is the only successfully fully mapped out Y chromosome that has been done is the human male, and the only one that's actually been looked at is the male-specific region of the chimpanzee Y chromosome, which is less than 3% of the Y chromosome. So how can you compare 3% to 100%?
I'm just reporting what I understand that I've heard from people that have done it. So if that's wrong, you can show me where it's wrong. But I'm sure they were curious to look for common ancestry or whatever.
Got it on that one.
No. You're saying they haven't mapped
I think that the problem is that the people who are experts in genetic kind of say, hey, it's based upon these faulty premises. And that's what comes out through peer review. And they say, hey, there can be these other circumstances, which means that the whole idea of genetic entropy into a total decay of the genome isn't in fact accurate.
Well, it couldn't be. Evolution wouldn't work, of course.
I don't know enough about genetics to really go, well, I'm going to try and be an expert and sort of say, hey, they're right or wrong, because that's not my field. I don't know enough because, I mean, thinking that you know more than experts in a field is Dunning-Kruger syndrome.
It's not that. I'll just say this. It is.
I have to believe the people in their fields who have been studying this all their lives. It's not out of, hey, I just believe them wholesale. I just have trust in the scientific processes of peer review, that these people, they submit their work to a whole load of peers, they study the work, and I just read what they make in their conclusions. And that's not to say that I go in, find things in their publications to pick out and say, hey, well, this says this, so I'm going to interpret it how I want. No, I just pay attention to their conclusions. And that seems to be their conclusion, that there are many things, or at least a couple of things, that could account for this so-called genetic entropy problem that doesn't appear to be a problem.
I think it's more like let me try to be as fair as I can about it. It seems that it's interesting that the mutation rate measured in humans in the Y chromosome can fit a biblical model, and which was preset based on a certain reading of the Bible. So you can't, with evolution, with every find, you can just refine your theory or whatever to make it fit. And it just so happens that some of these things happen to fit, a different model. Now you can come up with ways where it would have happened different in the past. Mutation rates are different, but it's interesting.
What's the biblical scientific model?
I'll just say that.
What's the biblical scientific model? Because it doesn't appear like the Bible has a scientific model.
What I mean is a straightforward reading of the timeline that's presented in the Bible would fit the mutation rate that we would expect according to the narrative. Okay,
and that's a lot of young Earth. Is that what you're talking about?
Model, but you can
Are
develop
you talking about a young Earth model?
Yeah, I'm a young Earth creationist. Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that, hey, under these premises that the experts say are not really a problem or are slightly faulty, you're taking it to mean that your reading of the young Earth is correct.
I'd answer that, but then I just want to have one question, then I want to get James Wolfe in.
Like I said, I'm just saying that the measured empirical data of the Y chromosome of humans fits a biblical timeline, and I'm saying that that's all I'm going to say.
And can
All
I
can say for
actually
I know
ask,
for sure, so, and I'm gonna get the list here.
Jamie, have you always been a young Earth creationist?
No, I was actually born a Muslim. No, no,
Hey,
yes, I was
never
born
know.
to a young Earth creationist church. Yep, I was.
Okay. And on that note,
Always
we are
said,
going to
"Hey, I
get
bet
Jamie Ross or James Wolfe in.
Always SDA, Jamie.
Hey, you guys, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
beautiful,
can hear you,
much
James
better.
Wolfe. What is up? We are Skeptic and Ranting on the Lie of Ape-Man
Doorknob head is so
Evolution, a special creation. What is up, and what are your thoughts on the video topic or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well, just one thing. Did I hear that Jamie is a evolutionist, but is a young Earth creationist? At the same, or
That does seem to be the case.
Okay, all right, interesting. Okay, look, something that James W said early in the stream really struck a chord with me, like as to why people die on that hill of creationism in their, in their walk, if you want to put it that way. But one thing that sort of really, sorry, this is a bit of a diversion from what you guys were talking about, which was really interesting. But one thing that for me it got me thinking about was the preservation of one's faith. I know if there was at no stage whilst I was a Christian that I could have adopted creationism. And I actually stayed, I don't know if I'm post-rationalizing here, but I stayed in the faith for a long time, basically to try and get other Christians out of credulous thinking, to sort of, just because I felt it really affected them in other ways. It's sort of that if they dive into creationism, they leave themselves open to all sorts of other, beliefs that were really harming their lives. And I know you could say that just about almost about any sort of belief that isn't based in, in reason or whatever. But I don't know. I kind of thought, is it about preservation of faith? To what extent is it preservation of faith? Because I know some people wouldn't be able to be Christian without creationism, or supposedly so. They've told me that themselves. But at the same time, I know myself and many others, it either kept us in the faith or kept us in there for a lot longer than we would have been otherwise.
Yeah, like a fear tactic.
I definitely get to have that kind of view towards people who believe this way like I do. And all I can say is, just I would be careful, like what you presume, like about every single individual person and what they think. And I'm not, I believe when I talk to young Earth creationists and they say evolution is just totally fake or false or whatever, I'm going to say, no, that's stupid. Don't say that. Like, obviously tons of this is good science. I just think it's over extrapolated. And so you would still call me crazy, of course, and a denier of science, I'm sure, but I don't think so. And like, I've looked at it quite a bit. I'm no expert whatsoever, but I think a lot of science and a lot of ideas that people think about it is that it's much more in stone than it really is. That's why I appreciated what sorry, I don't know your name, what the other gentleman said, because, and I'm not saying that to like totally crash doubt on peer review or anything else, but that's not gospel either. It's very useful and helpful, and it does help whittle it down. But I think people have this idea that there's more facts than it is model, and it's not necessarily so much that way. That's all I'll say. I know you think I'm crazy, but that's just I do think that's the case.
You don't want to know what I think.
Well, I don't.
Yes, but I don't mind.
As I said, like, evolution doesn't preclude a god or have a god not interfering in some way. That's not what it's designed to do or to show. It's not out to get sort of creationists in any way. It's just simply the end result of where our studies as humans have led us. But I think the original one was, do you really think there's such strong evidence for this evolutionary model that we have at the moment? And I think the answer is absolutely yes. That because the way that we investigate theories is we propose a hypothesis and then we try to falsify it as hard as possible. We try to prove it wrong. Every sort of defeater in the kitchen sink has been thrown at evolution trying to defeat it. and none of it has ever shown it to be incorrect.
Well,
So
don't you think it's kind of more like I'm not just acknowledging that lots of it is science, just to try to get you to like come over to my side or something. I'm saying that is true. I believe that that's the case. But then at this point, like no one's trying to falsify it, not for a long time, and it was already cemented as a let's say a framework of how to, so this is just like a framework. It's a model to insert data, and there is no falsifying it, and that's because it's a framework of looking at things. It's a way of classifying things, and I think people lose track of where the assumptions are and where sure, things change, but it's like there seems to be limits, and there seems to be other factors that make it really hard to explain how you could have the population levels you need to get random mutations and other factors to develop these complex systems and build it up. And always we really see is a kind of a decline and a thinning of these populations. It's there's just no hard evidence
but can I ask, wouldn't it make more sense that with time you would be able to get those mutations, and a flood model you would actually have a harder chance at getting the results that you wanted?
And it's also a misrepresentation of evolution, because if you don't mind, Amy, can you put the picture I've got up on my screen, up on full screen?
Sure. And then I think it still has to be shared, or do you just mean your screen on full screen?
The one that's actually up there, the one with all the skulls.
Gotcha. Give me 1 second. And then we're going to start outros, but we're going to have an outro with another special guest theist.
Each of those skulls are far more different between anything that we can actually see. They're all different forms of canid. How come they're so different in the skulls? But if you compare colubrid snakes is a very good example. If you compare their skeletons, you can never tell the difference between what species is what.
How come?
Yes.
I would say, what do they call it? Heterozygosity or something like that?
Nope.
Why then?
The difference is natural and artificial selection. One is far more rapid, and it allows for closer breeding within a species than it does for natural selection. And that's where the difference between your pedigree mutations and a population's mutations come from. But look at the sheer diversity of what you can get in just a few generations.
Yeah. I think that it's a good example. I think that would suggest, but as you do that, what happens? They become less and less viable to make more different kinds of skull shapes.
The spices,
in a very quick manner, too, by the way.
So I am going to let in our last speaker because he wants to talk with the Christian, and I think he is Christian, but we are then going to switch into, I would say, brief outros so that we could all head into the after show where we could say whatever we want again for as long as we want, because you can always say whatever you want on here as long as you obey the TOS gods. But Beamsy, thank you so very much. We are going to do.
Sorry, Amy, can I just say something to Jamie just quickly before we jump in?
Sure.
Oh, look, no, just sorry, very quickly. Sorry, yeah, just Jamie. Look, I just really
I'm sorry. Did Jamie? I think Jamie just left.
Oh, okay.
He may have left because of.
It was really interesting. I found
that. You're more than likely going to have a thought forced into your heads to stop that guy or stop the goy.
Well, and stop the goy. Well, I love it. I have recently become goy because I'm an ex-Jew. And so I'm happy to no longer be one of the chosen people. I always say, if a God ever tells you that they are your chosen people, run.
She ran.
But
well, my goal is that all Hebrews become Jews and all Gentiles become Christians. My goal is never that a Hebrew become a Christian.
Hey, and I became an atheist.
Okay.
Well, and I just have to say, I feel bad because Well,
Right. There aren't any Christians. I've said this before on your show. There aren't any Christians.
I think that's a no true Scotsman,
You
but I
all
do have to
see
do
saw
the intro
Jesus.
so I can do tags.
You all see
And
the
so-
angels and you say you know. So Satan got into you and said, I shall turn and toss you violently like a ball.
I do want to interrupt.
And also
because I
told
do
you,
wanna-
don't tell.
Now, and people on. That was James, though. But I do want to just say that way because when I do taglines later. So welcome, Omni is 666. We are skeptic and ranting on the line.
It's not going to be. It might be funny now, but it's not going to be funny later when all these Christians start taking the mark of the beast and saying Jesus, 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 and saying it is not the 666. Get the $32,000. Get the Omni tattoo. These people that claim to be Christians that are leading people that are in the pulpits, that all of them deny Jesus is God. Everyone is. Only those that tell the vision make it through the 7 years.
True.
And not even all of them. But none that do not tell the vision receive the Messiah. None that do not tell the vision believe that Jesus is God. And he is God. And you cannot prove that he is not.
So you're still expecting these Chinese submarines to be headed to the West Coast then?
Well, yeah, 32 of them. And from my intel, one of them is going to be stopped. And the 4 Russian submarines are right now already off of the Atlantic seaboard in preparation to strike.
Is this prophecy or this your vision?
I always say, is this good news? Because I swear, when Christians talk,
I say you saw it. I say that last weekend, on the Passover weekend, a spirit like a cat showed up and started saying pretty much everything you said. And what really happened is the 32 subs started on that day. And also, you saw that happen in prophecy a year ago, or even longer ago. You saw those 3 days, and now you know that those visions you've had of the future are real.
Whose visions? I haven't had any visions.
Well, you're not going to be put into the captivity because you're going to admit it.
Sorry, what?
You're not going to be put into hell because you say you saw them. You're not going there because you're doing what Jesus told you to do.
Well,
you're going there because you don't.
Well, I've never been given any kind of signal or vision or whatever.
True, neither have I.
And there's only 144,001 people on Earth that will disagree with you right now.
Okay.
And I'm the one.
Do you have
144,000?
Do you have any?
Do I have any proof? I've got 2 teeth in your mouth. Yeah.
Really?
Angels, would you tap their teeth, please?
Molars?
Would you give them a little thock on their tooth, please?
Who? What?
That thock.
If I saw an
There's
angel, I would
empirical
want a
proof.
handshake. I would be like, let's see if we can physically touch their hand.
I would prefer that myself. I'd prefer to be able to look you all in the eyes and see and really talk with you, not on this little machine, because this machine does hurt us in our talk. It is a barrier between us. There's no doubt about it. It's easy to become arrogant.
And I will say, guys, 3 minutes, and then we're going to outros.
People together. I mean, the distance would be a barrier. If we didn't have the machine, we wouldn't be talking at all. The distance between us is huge. So I don't understand how that's a barrier. That's nonsensical to me. But if you don't have any...
But then again, the second thing happened, and you say it didn't. So,
that will happen and see whether it happens. At the moment, just with your claim of what will happen, I can't make any designation of whether it's true or not, because you're saying something will happen and we haven't got there yet. So, but I'll note it down and say, hey, there's submarines off the west and east coast, Russian on the east, Chinese on the west.
Okay, TOS.
Is there anything else that's going to happen? Is this World War III, or is there going to be a big scare? And if so, when is it going to happen?
When, I do not know. It is going to happen, and it's going to start in Chicago when a nuclear bomb in a green Volvo is detonated in the Marina City Towers. There are two towers that are shaped like corn cobs, a very popular architectural landmark. That is, in the Bible, the wheel in the wheel, the color of beryl.
That is on the bus around and around.
We can note that down.
It starts. That's when it starts.
In a green car. Okay, so we've got that down. So are we talking about?
I have seen the car and I have met
sound
the
bites,
man.
everyone. Clean sound.
That's fine. Is this like within months or years or hundreds of thousands of years? How long a time frame are we talking about?
It's going to happen in your lifetime. It's going to happen very soon.
Well, I'm going to note that down.
I do not. I'm not going to tell you. I do not know when. I know that it shall happen in my lifetime because it's not. Because I'm written in the Bible that it doesn't.
That's fine, Omni. I tell you what, I've written it down. If it happens within my life, if a nuclear bomb goes off in Chicago in a green car, then I will believe you have some kind of prophecy powers. But we'll just have to wait until then.
Did you just say?
At the moment,
I do not have.
Did you just say
I do not have prophecy
Bible,
powers.
or you are written in the Bible?
Whatever you got.
It is, and I am.
As in, you are written in the Bible?
Yeah, he believes
Yes,
he's
sir.
Revelation.
Okay.
In many of the many books in the Bible, I'm written.
You didn't know that?
The second in Leviticus, the second in Zephaniah. The little book in Revelation is me.
The little horn.
The little book not written on paper, sweet as honey in the lips, bittersweet in the belly is me.
So what's your name in the Bible? This is fascinating.
The second, Wesley Lawrence Curry the second.
I don't remember reading about Wesley Curry in the Bible. You're going to have to be more specific. Where in the Bible is this?
The second.
The
Wesley,
second. I don't think Wesley Curry.
In Leviticus, the sacrifice of the second in the manor. And in Zephaniah, the howling of the second, the noise of the cry of the fish gate. That is specifically me.
Do you have a verse or something?
And
in Zephaniah, the howling of the second, the noise of the cry of the fish gate.
And it says that Jamie, I think he lost his internet or something. So sending love. It was just
Jamie, good to talk to you, mate.
Jamie.
Well, and I will say in a second, we are about to go to outros, not because I don't want to talk more, just because we're almost on hour 5. So we're all going to have exactly at 6 a.m. But we'll be more in the after show, and everyone will be able to say what they want in the outro. So, but quickly, is there? I say, but quickly, but that's going to lead to more.
James Wolfe is back.
Jay, welcome, James. Actually, you because you are the latest to join us, you're going to be the first to start us off, Wesley.
Okay, I'm not going to tell you the vision. The vision is what the apostles said on the day of Pentecost.
Well, you know
what I'm going to tell you.
Well, hold on. I'm just going to do it right now because I get the feeling you are going to give us the elevator pitch right now. So I'm going to go. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been Skeptic and Ranting, a special creation, in fact, the Lie of Ape-Man Evolution by Billy Crone, along with our Skeptic commentary on top. It has been fun. It has been a lively open mic. Both atheists and theists joined us, but we are going into our outros. As James would say, we are bringing in the mimes.
Super straight.
Woohoo! Sending love. And Wesley, welcome on board. I feel bad that we had to do a conciser open mic, but it was actually still a lot of fun to have you. We have been Skeptic and Ranting on the Lie of Ape-Man Evolution. If you don't mind telling us your final thoughts. Oh, you're muted, and I do it once a podcast, sometimes twice a 3.
Debut was God.
Jesus Christ returned with his angels. He said, "It is time," and began giving all mankind the vision. This happened on January 4, 2003. Satan, emulating the voice of Jesus, spoke the words, "sad and delicious. August 25th, 2005, Jesus appeared to all mankind. Tell the vision. He did this 2 more times, tell the vision, on November 5th, 2005, and on February 22nd, 2006. Satan said inside of you, I shall turn and toss you violently like a ball, on October 10, 2005. Jesus said, tell the vision and you shall heal without money, and tell the vision and you shall not need the mark. I think I got those in reverse order. Then Satan on March 31st, 2020 said, inside your head, don't tell. And then Jesus appeared again and said, no time to talk, Allah. And then again in November, about a year ago, and he said, as he began turning his back upon mankind, you want war. And Satan has put into your minds a prayer, stop the goy, and Plot California. Now, the prophecies, I am not a prophet. The prophecies are bad boom, boom, mark of the 10, the black, death, war, Yavol, hell. Yavol is the enforcers of the mark of the 10. Mark of the 10 is Omni. Every person joining that cult must be branded with a UPC, and they receive a corresponding account of just about $32,000. Bad Boom is a nuclear bomb in a green Volvo that will be exploded in Chicago. It is the wheel in the wheel in the book of Ezekiel. Boom is the fire enfolding in itself, also written in those very first words in Ezekiel. Hell, that's the rapture, the 7 years of hell on earth, where Satan, the Antichrist, who is not revealed yet, shall be the leader of the world. And war, it's going to be terrible. 32 nuclear submarines from China are on the way, and they are the serpent that pierceth, the dragon of the sea, the Leviathan, the serpent that pierceth. Their nuclear bombs shall be exploded upon the nation's United States capitals in each state. Russia on the East Coast will destroy Washington, D.C. and New York City and wherever I happen to be in those first 30 minutes, right after the bomb in Chicago explodes. America will blame Moscow, send a nuke to destroy the Kremlin, and Moscow will use that as their excuse to begin their world war against the United States.
May I ask just one question, Wesley?
Sure.
If this doesn't happen, do you have a time frame in which you would be convinced that this was wrong?
I don't know how to answer that because I don't want it to happen.
I agree with you there.
I don't want it to happen. Are you kidding me? But it's if it doesn't happen, I'm going to be sitting at home writing orchestral music and trying to make animated films. I'll put it to you that way.
Hell, that sounds good to me. Thank you so very much, Wesley. We will have more open mics and continue to invite our atheist and theist brothers and sisters on to speak their mind. And all right. I see Jamie. Send in love says your guest said no to my answer because he thinks he can assert his limited knowledge. Confidence means nothing. Well, sending love to Jamie Russell. Thank you so very much for coming on, and to be continued, because I would like to. I think that the atheist and the theist can't help ourselves. We love the back and forth, and sometimes the atheists even like the theist going back and forth. Possibly a threesome. What are we talking about? Anyway, thank you so much, Wesley, and we were going right down the list. And the after show if we want to continue the conversation on Discord. But James, what is up? James Wolfe, you have been hanging with us if we have been skeptic and ranting on My Oh My, The Lie of Ape-Man Evolution. I hope you had fun. What are your final thoughts on the video, the topic, or anything that we've been talking about tonight?
Oh, look, just to thank you. Aims. Just resume. Being a C.S. Lewis Christianity, and there's a passage about evolution in there, and that really stayed with me, and it really resonated with me, and it kept me in a there's definitely a way than this bold. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be this crude. That younger creationism. There's just a bit of theism, and I haven't been a Christian for some time. I'm more into this way of God, and having, I mean that to sound
James, if you can turn off your camera, because sometimes
nope. Everybody.
Thank you so very much, James. In fact, thank you so very much, James, for Skeptic and Ranting with us.
How we doing?
I'm so glad you were able to actually to say your mind. And all right, we're going right down the list. Beamsy, what is up? We have been Skeptic and Ranting. I can already see LPP, Sal, Wesley, and others on your screen. I hope you had a fun time on this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. Oh my lordy, The Lie of Ape-Man Evolution. What are your thoughts about the video, the topic, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
I have one favorite.
Shoot. Don't like your tinfoil hat?
That's LPP.
Yes.
I know. Gee, I'm hated for his namesake. Would you kindly, if it's okay with you, where you put my face up there large on the screen, could you do that again for about 5 seconds, 10 seconds tops?
Sure.
That is the vision from Jesus Christ, a sketch of it.
In fairness, I used to play real-time strategy games that look exactly like that.
I was going to make a diorama of it with little mechanized circle saws. Thank you. It's very, very kind.
All I have to say is the end of the world looks adorable.
That is what Jonah taught in Nineveh. That is Psalm 23, the pastures, the still waters. That is what the apostles told on the day of Pentecost. That is the vision that Jesus Christ gave to all mankind, and they had it every day for over 18 years.
I'm just kidding. I feel Randolph Richardson in my head, and someone's hitting their head against the floor.
Yeah, sorry, somebody face palming really hard.
Oh my lordy! I'm sending so much love. In fact, BMC, we have been Skeptic and Ranting on The Lie of Ape-Man Evolution. I hope you've had fun. I know I've been. And what are your final thoughts on the video topic or anything we've been talking about tonight?
The biggest aspect of what they do is they misrepresent things that they don't understand. Like what Jamie was representing before in his... Sorry, not Jamie, James. He was representing what they represent between different levels of population mutations and pedigree mutations, and that's how they use to misrepresent things. The other aspect is the heterozygotomy. That is also a misnomer because they don't understand the aspect of what junk DNA is, and again, they just keep misrepresenting more and more and more. Everything that keeps getting represented to show their point of view is just continuously just looked at as bunk, and that's why they've been trying to make their own idea of making their own peer review process. And that's why you'll come up with the new argument of, why don't they use our peer review process? Because your peer review process is junk and old and far younger than the one that's actually working and has been proven to work.
Yeah, that was James. James was the guy had audio issues.
But thank you so very much, Beamsy. Lovely having you on as always.
Thank you, Beamsy.
I'm just going to go back to hitting my head on the brick wall.
No, we sending so much love. And all right, we are moving right down the list. Mark, what is up? We have been Skeptic and Ranting on what some would say is the
I never know what to
Ape-Man
expect on this show. It's just delightful. Anything and everything can crop up, and we've done it all tonight. We've gone from videos of evolution to arguments about evolution to abiogenesis to apocalyptic prophecy, because of course we have. So this didn't convince me at all about the wild claims that the guy made. Who was it? Benny Crone or whatever his name was.
Billy Crone.
Billy Crone. Yeah. No, he really, like, half of his arguments were straw mans. Half of them were, the premises were terrible. I don't think that I agree 100% with Beamsy, but he does have a good point. A lot of the best arguments that creationists do present against evolution are based upon faulty premises. And it does seem like Jamie had a few things that he didn't have a good foundation on, especially with Stanford, who only published his sort of genetic entropy as a book. It was never peer-reviewed paper. It was never put through peer review. Anyone can publish a book on anything. And it sort of isn't one of those things that has been accepted into mainstream science. And I think one of the things I really do agree with Beamsy on is 100% correct, is the scientific methods that we currently have in science are the best way of evaluating what is true and what isn't. If we had a better way to do it, we would have to use the scientific method to prove that it's better, because it's the only thing that seems to work so well. And we have the fruits of that. We have engineering, we have aeronautics, we have computer systems. We can talk to each other, even though I'm thousands upon thousands of kilometers away. And I think area. Yeah, exactly. I did take down Wesley's number that he gave. I'm going to backtrace it and see what I can do to find its location. And yeah, I did want to ask though, if
the men in the white coats to.
No. Somebody did ask. I think it was. I'm so sorry, I missed. Somebody had a really good question that why doesn't Wesley stop this thing that's happening? And I want to say maybe it can't be stopped.
I don't think he can. Yeah.
But my problem with prophecy that is imprecise, and there's nothing wrong with the precision of this one. The problem is the time frame that it's in. And Wesley sort of said, in my lifetime. Okay, yeah, okay. So basically, I'm going to
go until after you're dead.
That's right. Like, I'm going to die on my deathbed. I'm going to go, well, nuke hasn't fallen yet. I'm right, kind of thing. It seems to me to be a bit of a cop-out. Hey, you're only going to find out on your deathbed. I would prefer to have, maybe he could ask his deity or himself or whoever is doing this when this will occur, because that seems to be important, whether we can distinguish a point at which we know we're right or we know we're wrong. Until such a point, I don't see any reason to pay attention to it. Well, the other problem with prophecy is that if you prophesize something, there's obviously nothing you can do about it, right? If you're saying, hey, it's going to happen no matter what you do and no matter what you try, this is set in stone. Well, if you can do something about it, it won't happen, and therefore the prophecy is wrong. But usually you can't do anything about it. So why would you worry about it at all? If there's nothing you can do about it, there's nothing you can do about it. Why tell anybody in the first place?
I don't know.
Yeah, so that's my problem to prophecy, but it was certainly interesting talking to Wesley and Omni 666 or whatever it is. And thank you so much, Beamsy and James and Jamie. It was really good talking to you, and of course Amy and James W.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you so very much, Mark. Lovely having you as always.
Rumored that they are fake Piltdown men and women themselves, but that's a lie. They are true and genuine. And do subscribe and like because they deserve it. And subscribe. Click the notification so you can get a notification when this crazy stuff is going to happen. Because it's
go on Patreon and sign up.
Yeah. I did subscribe to Patreon because I do love.
You're on the Patreon, yeah.
I am, yeah. It's about the same as a cup of coffee every week kind of thing. It's almost nothing. Just go do it. Support the channel and see more of us crazy people.
Gizmo likes the treats. He really does. He's
high-end catnip.
Honestly, I'm only here for Gizmo. I'll admit it. I'll admit it. Okay, it's the only reason I'm here is because Gizmo loves me when I do. So, love from Gizmo and to Gizmo. But love you all. Thanks for having me on, and I'll see you again soon.
Thank you so very much, Mark. And don't forget to check Mark out on Modern Day Debate and Debate Me Brah.
Yeah. Hopefully we can line something up soon and have me on and debating again, which would be fantastic.
We'll find a flat earther for you.
Oh, yeah, right. I'll do it. I'll throw myself on that sword. Yeah, sure. Let's go. Let's go.
Woohoo! And all right, we are moving right along. Sending love. We're handing the keys to the co-pilot. James, we have had a fun night of the Lie of Ape-Man Evolution. Some would even say we were skeptical and ranting. It's nice to see the producer, even though he's looking a little tired. I can completely understand.
He's ready for a cat nap. Yeah. But yeah, wow, it is. There's still 20 people watching at 6:30 in the morning. I don't know if they stayed up late or if they've already been to bed and they got up and they're watching us. But yeah, thanks, guys. This was a great episode. Thanks, everybody, for coming on. And we will be off tonight, Friday night, but we'll probably be back Saturday. So check out some of the other great non-believer content tonight, but check us back out on Saturday. We love you guys.
We will be here. Half of the co-hosts are queer.
There she goes.
And all right, I can't help myself. Look, if there's any way that I could transition to a statement, I just have to take it.
Well, she is our super straight co-host.
So sending love out there. We will be also, if you want to have more discussion about this topic, the Skeptic and Ranting community Discord server right there. But I do hope you all had a fun time on this episode of Skeptic and Ranting.
Let's go, Brandon, the freak.
Oh, politics. I say the same thing
our side chat.
Charlie Day asked when his view of politics was put into view from a journalist, and he said, politics? I'm against it. But yes, I do hope you all had a good time in this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. The Lie of Ape-Man Evolution, where tonight we watched a video called A Special Creation, but not special pleading. The Lie of Ape-Man Evolution, very special, some people are saying, along with our commentary on top for some fun worth monkeying around for. I do want to thank my co-host, James W., along
I don't
with
have
our
to soundboard, Amy. You just got to do it on your own.
Ding!
Yeah, just
sending love to Peter, along with our guest, Mark Beamsy Jamie, Wolfe, and Wesley. Ding, 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 ding. As well as the people in chat, our awesome mods who make this stream so great, and lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoyed the show, please like, follow, or subscribe, because then you gain access to that bell icon, which when set to all will send you reminders to see our premieres or join our live streams, or hey, leave a comment once the video
Via
is done.
Patreon.
Sending so much
Become a
love.
channel member.
Woo-hoo. After the show, we will be heading over to the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server, the link of which is in the description below, as well as chat. Lastly, if you'd like to help us make even more content, we do offer some perks for our supporters.
Special perks.
By checking, that's right.
Not special pleading perks. Just
no, would never. By checking out our Patreon page at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z.
Oh, hey, Dr. Dan.
What is up?
Yeah, we're
oh my god, see
tonight,
now I
Dr.
feel
Dan.
bad just because it's the end of the stream. But see, I'm glad
This
that
would have been a
we
good
caught
one for
you.
Dr.
Good
Dan.
morning. Good morning. I don't think that's the correct lyrics to the song. I am sending so much
Have a great
love
night, guys.
to all of you. I know you know that it's a true midnight type of ranting when the stream started. When it was completely dark out and you could just see the light
sun rising.
just shining through.
Amy's got to close the blinds before.
That's right. And I also have to stay away from garlic. These are the things that you have to do. But yes, I hope you all have a fantastic morning, night, afternoon.
One of them.
One
Any
of
of them.
those. And we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, day something, everybody. Mwah!
Good night. Thank you.